Hello, greetings to everyone. Good afternoon. It's very nice to be back here to keep going with our first UFG International Meeting on Dental Research. First of all, my best words for the organization of this meeting, which starts since of the coordination of our postgraduate program in dentistry, and also and mainly to the ones that are ahead of the organization, Professor Lídia Jordão and Túlio Nogueira. Thank you very much. And our deepest thanks for Professor Paulo Ghedini for being here with us in this section of Report of International Experience. Professor Paulo Ghedini is a professor in our Institute of Biological Science in the Department of Pharmacology. Is that right, Paulo? And he is also ahead of an important thing that has been happening in UFG, our international development planning. And Paulo, together with our international office, is working hard on that, and with some support from CAPES, which gave us some source of pushing. And so thank you very much, Paulo, for being here. You really has a lot to contribute. And I considered for me an honor also to be here in this section, because international experience had changed my life in different dimensions. And to inspire other one, I think it's a way also to change our country, because you open your mind, and it's really, really important. So let's start though with the presentation. So we have 7, before of that, so Paulo, I'm sorry, if you want to say some words, sorry.
Thank you, Professor Rejane. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I would like to thank the organizing committee for the invitation and say that I'm very impressed with your event. Now I'm in expectation to hear from the students the internationalization experience that we report for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulo. So let's start with the 4 presenters. So let's explain a little bit how it's going to work. So we have 7, and the 4th ones will present, and then we will make like 10-15 minutes comments. And after that, the last 3 are going to present, and 15 more comments and discussion about your presentation. So we are going to start with Leonardo Essado Rios, who is a graduate research trainee at Faculty of Dentistry, McGill University, Montreal, Canada. Experience report of a PhD student at Federal University of Goiás, Brazil. So, Leonardo, welcome, and the screen is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Professor Rejane. Are you hearing me well and
Yes,
seeing my presentation?
Yes, and your screen also is shared.
Okay. So, as Professor Rejane has already announced, my name is Leonardo Essado Rios. I'm a former PhD student of the PPGO UFG, the program of postgraduate program in dentistry of the Federal University of Goiás. And my supervisors were Belinda Nicolau in Canada and Maria Freire in Brazil. I'm going to present my experience. I'm going to report my experience as a PhD PhD visiting student at the Faculty of Dentistry of McGill University. So the aim of this presentation is to summarize my experience as a visiting student at the McGill University Faculty of Dentistry. I've been there between June 2019 and July 2020, and so it was a one-year experience abroad. It all started with the recommendation of my supervisor in Brazil, Professor Maria Freire, from the PPGO UFG, and she recommended me as a student. She recommended myself as a student to Dr. Belinda Nicolau, and she gave me an acceptance letter. She was expected to be my future supervisor in Canada and provided me with this letter. So I went into a selection process. The name of the program that I applied is Sandwich PhD Program and is sponsored by the Coordination for the Improvement of Higher Educational Personnel, CAPES, of the Brazilian Ministry of Education. And so I would like to leave here my acknowledgments to CAPES. And I elaborated the study plan and went through this selection process and was approved. So I applied as well to the Immigration Canada and also to the Graduate Research Training Program at McGill University. This is the program that McGill has to offer formation to students that are already enrolled in a graduate program at their countries and want to go to McGill to have a maximum of 12 months of research training. Also, I had to obtain authorizations from my employers in Brazil, which I would like to also to leave my acknowledgements. And so the Federal Institute of Goiás and the government of Goiânia supported me to go and have this wonderful experience abroad. So it all went well. It was a hard process, but it all went well. And there I was in Montreal, which is a beautiful city, especially for students from other countries. And there I was, and I was very, very excited. Among the academic activities that I carried out during my periods of studies abroad, some stand out. For example, the data analysis and production of a scientific article with the collaboration of McGill professors, which is an honor for us to have this work with Dr. Nicolau and also with Dr. Madatil, Srinath Madatil. And we presented an abstract in the IIDR meeting, and after that we produced and made an excellent article, which is currently published as a preprint, and we are in process of publishing it. So I've learned a lot of innovative analytical techniques to develop this work. For example, directed acyclic graphs and structural equation models. So many different techniques that improved my skills in data analysis and scientific production of knowledge. Also, I participated in courses that improved my skills in dental public health and epidemiology. For example, Life Course Epidemiology and the Theory of Dental Public Health. I've learned a lot about health promotion, prevention, and it was really amazing. Also, weekly seminars. I participated in weekly seminars, for example, student forum where students presented their work. I had the opportunity to present my work in one of these forums. I participated in the Journal Watch activities, which were meetings that we critically analyzed published articles, and training to peer review scientific articles. It was really constructive for me as an academic researcher. The COVID-19 emerged during my PhD abroad, my PhD sandwich abroad. But with the support of my supervisors in Canada and Brazil, I was able to overcome. And this message in French is a campaign that they had in Quebec when I was there. Ça va bien aller. So it's all going to be all right. And it really went for me. And beyond the academic gains that I had, I have to mention that it's a different culture, a different climate. I had the opportunity to improve my language skills and made incredible academic connections and friendships. So to conclude, this experience was a watershed in my life as a researcher and also as a person. So I would like to encourage other students to follow this path. And I expect to have contributed to strengthening the internalization process of the PPGO UFG. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Leonardo, for sharing with us. And so we go straight to the next one, and the comments will be at the end. So welcome, Stephen Kadim Moore. Maybe correct if I'm not pronounced correctly your name. And Steve, the title of his presentation is The Opportunities for Tertiary Education, How Brazil Became the New Frontier for Jamaicans in Pursuit of Higher Learning. So the screen is yours. Steve, welcome.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Stephen Moore. I'm a dentist from Jamaica. I recently took up an opportunity to study at the Federal University of Goiás, or Universidade Federal de Goiás, UFG in Brazil. And my topic today is opportunities for tertiary education, how Jamaicans, the new frontier, how Jamaicans started choosing Brazil as their go-to for higher education. So essentially, we're just going to look at a few topics here in the overview. Studying in Jamaica and the Caribbean, the PECI-G and the PECI-PG programs, the Brazil PIEC OSG CUB scholarship program to which I applied, the application process, why myself and many other Jamaicans choose Brazil, and just go briefly my time at UFG so far. Can move to the next slide, please. All right, so just to give you an overview of what it's like to study in Jamaica and the Caribbean generally, high school in Jamaica is 5 years long. You have forms 1 through to forms 5, or as the Americans would call it, grades 7 through to 11, right? And basically, what happens is at the end of those 5 years, there's an additional 2 years, which is optional. Even though currently the government is considering making that 2-year period mandatory, but following the first 5 years of high school, you can do an exam offered by the Caribbean Examinations Council, known as CSEC. These exams cover subject areas. Students choose the subject areas, but generally speaking, the basics are done, being math and English. Other subject areas can be chosen, like chemistry, biophysics, computer science, etc. In sixth form now, which is the additional 2 years of high school, you can do CAPE, Caribbean Advanced Proficient Examination, which is also offered by the CXC, right? And this exam is done at the end of each of the additional 2 years of high school. You have units 1 and units 2 for each subject area. This is much like the vestibular process in Brazil, as these exams are a key determinant for matriculation into university. Performing poorly in this exam, or these exams rather, you generally don't move on to university, or you have a warmer time getting into programs that you'd like to get into. Unlike Brazil, however, tuition generally for the Caribbean isn't free. in public university settings. So, for example, where I'm from, the government subsidizes education, so they pay for a part of tuition. Some countries in the Caribbean, however, the government covers the full tuition, and there are others, like Guyana, for example, which is just to the north of Brazil, where the government is not involved in the tuition process. Students just have to pay the full tuition. Okay. All right. Next slide. All right, so the PECG and the PECG programs were introduced in 1965 and 1981, respectively. The PECG is an undergraduate study program, whereas the PECG is for postgraduate studies. These programs provide opportunities for students from more than 50 countries across the world, 25 in Africa, 25 in the Americas, and 9 in Asia. So that's a total of 59 countries. The programs are specifically designed to assist persons from developing countries with which Brazil maintain a strong relationship. So, for example, between 2000 and 2019, there have been over 12 successful applicants for both programs, of which Jamaica have been offered or awarded 137 scholarships, making Jamaica during that time period the most successful English-speaking territory in the Americas. Right? And so we're going to move on. That's just a brief history about both programs, and we'll move on to the next slide. All right, so this is the program I applied to, which is the Brazil PAEG OSG Club Scholarship Program, right? And this program has been going on for 10 consecutive years. It was designed to foster cultural integration between and training of leaders in the OAS. The program offers approximately 300 to 550 scholarships annually to citizens of OAS member states to participate in education at higher learning institutions here in Brazil. Successful applicants usually receive a stipend in accordance with CAPES and enjoy the benefits of the public school system, such as no tuition. And this assistance is offered for a 24-month period for the master's students and 48 months for the PhD students. The top 150 applicants are awarded a one-time installation fee of $1,200 US, providing they meet certain conditions. Okay, next slide. All right, so the application process is open each year between June and August, with the exception of 2020 because of the pandemic, where the process was open in January 2021, right? And all members of the OAS, except residents or citizens of Brazil, can apply. There's no age limit, and there's actually no requirement that persons know Portuguese before they apply. So unfortunately, I was in that boat. At the time of application, students must have completed their undergraduate studies, and applicants can choose any 3 of 40 public universities in Brazil. But these 3 universities need to be in 3 different regions of Brazil. The application includes submissions of copies of the applicant's passport, transcript, CV, reference letters, and essays for each university. The 2 essays for each university should include academic expectations and interests of the students, the reasons why the students is choosing the program and the university, and a research proposal. Can move on. At no point in time during the application process does the applicant need to interface directly with the university. The entire process is facilitated by the OAS. The results are then announced by the OAS via their website. And to accept the scholarship, participants must agree to 1, maintain good academic standing, acquire international health insurance for their stay in Brazil. So in my instance, it will be for 2 years. So I must have insurance for that 2-year period, abide by the laws of the country here, and cover all expenses not explicitly outlined by the OAS. And then, of course, agree to return to my country of origin, being Jamaica, for at least, in my case, it would be for a 2-year period. All right, next. So why did I choose Brazil? So Brazil became an option for me when friends of mine were accepted to pursue undergraduate studies in 2010 through the PECG program. Prior to that, I knew nothing about Brazil. I chose Brazil because of the quality of education here, and of course, the universities here are high ranked. And then, of course, public universities are free in Brazil, whereas I'd have to either take out a loan or pay to pursue higher education in my home country or elsewhere. And then, of course, being able to tell my friends, hey, I'm studying Brazil, is just a wow factor. You know, you're a little bit cooler. All right, so those are some of my primary reasons for choosing Brazil. And then finally, I'll speak about my experience here at UFG. So we'll move on to the next slide just to conclude. All right, so March 2016 of this year, it was announced that over 200 scholarship recipients were chosen, and I was the only native English speaker among those recipients. I studied Portuguese using Duolingo, a series of books by the name of Soverbos, and I did 10 classes with a Portuguese teacher in Florianopolis. Within 2 weeks of that announcement, I was able to interact with Professor Claudio Leles and multiple students here at UFG to get an idea of what the master's program was like. Dr. Leles also facilitated me starting a course via distance with Daniel De Corso, so I could make some friends and start interfacing with students on a regular basis here at UFG. And then my last slide. I've been in Brazil for approximately 6 weeks, and while my Portuguese isn't the greatest, staff have made me feel warmly welcome. Right? I've had the opportunity to observe and assist in multiple surgeries, right? And this is something I had no experience in prior. So implants were something I didn't do. And then I'm also in a research-driven environment where research is spoken about constantly, and I have the opportunity to collaborate and work with researchers from all walks of life. And then today, I am currently presenting at my first conference, and that to me just speaks volumes that, you know, I'm in the right place, being at UFG and being in the Núcleo de Pesquisa em Prótese e Implante in the Faculty of Odontology, my home for at least next 2 years, and they will definitely help to facilitate my professional growth as both a clinician and researcher. Thank you so much for listening, and I look forward to your questions and enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. So next one is going to be Vanessa Milani, with the experience entitled Line Palm, Report for a 3-month Experience Living in Malmo, Sweden.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Can you put my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, I'm a little bit nervous, but I will start. So as Professor Regiane said, my name is Vanessa Milani, and my presentation is this one, Line Palm, Report of a 3-month Experience Living in Malmo, Sweden. And my goal is to share with you a little bit of this amazing experience I've had living in a completely different country and culture. It was for a short time, but with uncountable great memories and experiences. You can move. So first of all, my participation was provided by Line Palm program, which was an international exchange program funded by the government of Sweden. And it was between Malmo University and our Faculty of Dentistry of UFG. It happened from 2007 to 2016. And I went in 2016, so I was the last undergraduate student to go, and Marcio was the last master student to go there. So I separate my presentation in two different ways. First of all, I will tell you how it was to be a student in Malmo, and then I will tell you a little bit of my personal experiences. So the first big shock I had as a student was the learning strategy that Malmo University have. So they use the problem-based learning approach, which is basically that you can start to learn something from a word, a picture, a phrase, a text. And I had the opportunity to be present in the first class they would have in the semester. And what they received was this picture, or a picture very similar to this one, which was a baby with a cleft lip. And immediately when I look to this picture, I start to think about the options of treatment this baby would have. But I didn't want to participate. I just want to see how they would do everything. So after 10 minutes looking at the picture, they started to do a brainstorming with words. And for my surprise, they didn't mention treatment. They start to talk about embryology. So I was completely lost because embryology was something I couldn't remember at that time. It was in my first year. So the learning approach is very different. They start from the very beginning, doing research, and they will find out everything from the case since the beginning until the treatment. Yes, you can move on. Yeah. I had lots of good clinical experiences. I've had lots of patients, but of course, what I will tell you is an embarrassing situation I've had, which was motivated due to language barriers. I was about to have an endodontic patient. I was in my 4th year of university, and I didn't have a lot of I didn't had a lot of endodontic patients here in Brazil when I went there. So I was a little confused about the way the professor were telling me to do this treatment. The professor came to me and said, Vanessa, you will do the access through the crown of this patient. This patient had a crown, a ceramic crown. So you will do the access through the crown. But in my head, I was like, did she said I will do a hole in the crown of this patient to access the root canal? Shouldn't I remove the crown to do this? So I just want to make sure. So my head was, okay, check. You said I should do through the crown. And the professor looked at me and said, yes. And my head, check again. Through the crown, professor? And she said, yes. But at that moment, I forgot the patient was looking to us. And he felt very uncomfortable about having me as a dentist because for him, I was not prepared. So he asked to the professor to change the student. I wasn't very hurt at that moment because he said in Swedish, so I couldn't understand. But after that, professor told me that he asked to change the student, but she said him that I was ready to do the treatment. And I did, and everything went very well. Yeah. Okay, now I will tell you a little bit of my personal experiences. As an undergraduate student, I didn't have money, and Sweden is a very expensive country. So I was saving some money because I wanted to travel a little bit. And also I had a scholarship, which I was supposed to receive the money every 15 days. But in the first month, it would be only once in the first month. But I didn't know. So I had to buy some warm clothes and shoes, and I did it. And my money almost finished. So I went to the supermarket and I bought pasta and eggs and potato. And this is what I was eating every day for about 10 days. The International Committee of the university invited us to a welcome dinner. So I was very excited because in 10 days, it would be the first time I would eat something different from what I was eating. So I was like, oh my God, today I will eat a lot. But when we came there, they looked at us and said, okay, guys, we prepared for you today the most weird Swedish food. So can you imagine? I don't know. I can't explain, but the food they presented us was too weird. I couldn't eat. So I took a picture of my food that night, and I was so frustrated that when I came back home, I made a pasta and I ate pasta. Also, I was very impressed with the snow because it was my first time seeing the snow, and I also took a picture. But in the next week, they really did a welcome dinner for us. It was really real food, and I was very thankful because of this dinner. It saved me. And because I saved some money, I had the opportunity to travel a little bit around Sweden. Also, I could visit London, Brussels, Berlin, the whole Skåne, which is the south part of Sweden. I've made a lot of friends, and I only have great memories to share with you. This is something that made me very happy. And as final considerations, I want to tell you that this experience was very open-minded for me. It showed me a lot of possibilities, and I decided to continue learning. I decided to go to the master and PhD because this experience provided me an open mind concept, and for a short time I could participate of the international group of our university from UFG, and I think it could help other students to see how great these experiences can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Congratulations. So let's go to the next one, the last one for this block, and then we make the comments. So we invite Karine. Welcome, Karine, who is going to report her sandwich doctorate with all family. It's yours.
Are you hear me? It's okay?
Yes.
And my presentation is on the screen?
Yes, it's shared.
Okay. Thank you. Let me go back. So, good afternoon. I am Karine Evangelista, and I'm going to present my personal report of the international academic experience occurred with the partnership between Federal University of Goiás and the University of Michigan during my doctorate stay, a sandwich doctorate period. First of all, I'd like to express my gratefulness to my mentors, Professor Maria Alves and Professor José Valadares Neto in UFG, and Professor Lúcia Sevidanes and Professor Antônio Ruelas from University of Michigan. They got a great contribution in this mission, and I received encouragement from all my mentors since the beginning of the research project, and when we decided to be carried out at the University of Michigan. Furthermore, they prepared me with great dedication and joined with the postgraduate program of our School of Dentistry and helped me with all efforts to get the scholarship from campus that was essential for my stay in Ann Arbor. And all of my mentors are my eternal inspiration. I also would like to thank the postgraduate program of School of Dentistry at the Federal University of Goiás for all support throughout my doctoral period. Thank you so much for this opportunity. So my international journey started on June 28th in 2018 with all my family. My husband and my 2 children joined with me on this mission. And after weeks of cries and goodbyes at the airport from my relatives and friends, we left Goiânia towards Ann Arbor, located at the state of Michigan, United States. At the time that we arrived in Ann Arbor, it was summer and the weather was really nice. And we didn't know what we would live in the winter. So we rented a 2-bedrooms flat located at the Oak Valley Drive, where we could live for a year. I should consider that it was one of the best years of all the family lives. And this flat was about 4 miles away from the University of Michigan. And from Monday to Friday, I took the 25-line bus towards the School of Dentistry, while my husband was organizing my children to take them to school. In this picture, we can see the bus was really empty at the time that I took it. Frequently, only me and the bus driver was on the vehicle during the entire pathway. This was a situation really different here in our city. While I spent all my day from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the University of Michigan, my children stayed at Beck Elementary School. The children started the classes at 9 a.m. and my husband picked up them about 4 p.m. And you might be wondering, what did my husband do during this entire period in Ann Arbor? He was the most important part of this mission, or maybe the second. We exchanged our roles that we had before in Brazil, and he performed with precision the children's and home care. So because of him, I could focus on my research project at the University of Michigan. As I always thought, when you have to live in another country, I believe in that popular words. If you want to live in Rome, you must live like Romans do. So it was really exciting to know the American culture, going to American football states, and knowing all the American passion in that atmosphere. Likewise, were the Halloween parties. In a comparison with Brazilian culture, it was like Brazilian soccer and carnival. I believe that these moments and the insertion in the American culture helped the family when the feeling of missing of Brazil, our country, appeared. My children missed so much their Brazilian friends, cousins, and Portuguese language to communicate in Portuguese. And my husband sometimes was tired to take care of the home and the children, and sometimes he desired to go back for his former work. Other unforgettable moments were living in all seasons and take advantage of all the weather that the season could offer. We practiced family kayaking in summer and snowman building in winter. We can note that Brazilians are so shame on snowman construction. This was our best snowman that we could do. So now is the part of my presentation that I separate about the family achievements and now my academic achievements. So if the family is so united and adapted to the city, I was able to have my efforts direct towards academic advance. So as a product of my dedication and my family support, I became part of the research members, the CBIA, the Dental and Craniofacial Bionetworks for Image Analysis of the University of Michigan until the actual days. This achievement was essential for my scientific production with articles, publication, or presentations at the scientific meetings. These partnerships bring today to our postgraduate program 7 published papers, and in the next year, a book chart as well. In actual days, I am totally inserted in academic activities and projects at the University of Michigan. So all the family members overcome the expected barriers like language, communication, collaborative participation, and the adaptability in another culture and in any circumstance. So here is my youngest children, my daughter here. In the end of your year, at the presentation at the school, singing in English, so comfortable with her colleagues, that I was so proud to check that all the barriers were overcome. And another achievement is a friendship. Now is on the screen you see our new professor at the Federal University of Goiás at the orthodontics department, Camila Massaro, and was happy. I'm very happy to meet again Camila now in our country and in our city. So our final experience showed many positive results. We brought in our baggage not only winter clothes, a lot of winter clothes because we need, but we faced in our challenge with brave and mutual support. And now my message goes to all the students that are in audience. I really encourage you to have this unique experience, even alone or even in family. And thank you for this opportunity to show my experience.
Thank you, Karine. So then I'll invite everybody so we can make some comments. We are a kind of late. I wish we could have at least half an hour to comment and to discuss, because this is something that really inspire me, and it makes me remember how was many opportunities that makes a difference in my life. But I would like to invite Paulo to make his comments about the presentations or questions.
Okay, excellent presentations. Congratulations for all. First, a comment that the PRPG is strongly encouraging the internationalization of its graduate programs in accordance with the internationalization plan of the UFG. The UFG is going through a process of consolidation of internationalization, and it's very good to see the graduate program in dentistry and the faculty of dentistry being at the forefront of this institutional challenge, doing many internationalization actions, such this event. So, if it's possible, Professor Rejane, I'd like to hear from each one the answers for. I have many questions, but I chose just one. What are the main contributions that this international experience has brought to your personal life? Not academic, personal life.
So the main one.
And just one special to Stephen.
All right.
How is going your experience in Brazil until now?
All right. So it's been a journey of personal growth. As I said, I really knew nothing about, I didn't know much about Brazil more than the beaches, and carnival. That was really about it. Um, Goiás for me so far has been welcoming. Uh, Coming from a very small country, which is of which Goiás is 30 times the size of my country. Being in a big city, it's quite an experience. I've met a lot of friendly people. And then, as I said, personal growth. I'm learning a new language. I am embracing a culture, eating foods I've never had before. And then, of course, I am doing this all while attending school. So while it's challenging, it's really fulfilling because I know from a personal perspective, I'm growing and I have a different outlook from simply just pulling on my experience from Jamaica, but being able to pull on experiences from here in Goiás, my decision-making process and my ability to maintain an open mind has drastically improved.
Okay, thank you.
So
Now, the response of others. Sorry, Rejane.
That's fine. Just let's do like in a quick way, like two,
I confused.
Yeah, very quick.
The main contribution for your personal life. Do you have some? Vanessa, Karine, Leonardo.
Okay, I can say it. I think for me, it's like Stephen. It was a personal growth. It was I broke too many barriers I've had in my life. I thought I would never have the opportunity to be in a different country, and when it came true, I could see that this is not impossible. This is really possible. We can go everywhere. We can do anything. There are no barriers for us. So I think for me, this was the most important thing. I start to look for everything with a different way. So I feel more able to do everything.
Karine.
Good.
For me, I guess it's not for me, but it's for all my family. We have straightened our relationship. We have to deal with money for all. That was extremely necessary because we are far in a country that the currency is so more powerful than the real. And we have to plan 2 years before, and now this planning continues in our life. We have always, because we expect to do this again, another opportunity.
Yeah.
And my husband was so amazing that all my job that I had in Brazil with children and the home, I guess it was the best for me because now he recognizes.
Somehow we rediscover each other, isn't it?
Yeah.
In a different environment. You know each other from other perspective also. So Leonardo, you.
For me, it was, as I said in my presentation, it was a watershed, not only in my academic trajectory, but also in my personal life because uh, I mean, when I was there, I was able to look at Brazil from another perspective, and even to myself. I mean, I think when I came back from Canada, I brought so many good things in my baggage, let's say like this. But for example, I think I was so bad educated before I went to Canada, and in some aspects, and I met people that are so educated, so well educated, and the quality of life there, and the way people treat each other. So I mean, I think it's in this way that I came back another person, I would say, because I had the opportunity to see our culture that has several negative aspects, and I could see another culture which is so beautiful, and I came back with I mean I had a renewal when I came back from there. I don't know if I responded, but it's in this way. It was really exciting and wonderful experience to me as a person.
Okay,
Very
guys. So
good.
thank you very much. I see we are unfortunately, I must say, unfortunately, we should dedicate more time for this activity because it's so much sharing. It's so much important to inspire other ones, and that's what you are doing here now. And I hope the other ones that is in YouTube can be stimulated to go forward for this experience, even starting through the digital form, and then as Steve have done, making some friends before to come, and then so making all the exchanging in the different dimensions, what is the definition of internationalization, not only traveling back and forth, but
Yeah.
exactly what is defined in our plan, the process that articulates international, intercultural, and global dimensions in teaching, research, interaction with society, based on this collaboration. So let's go to the next block, and then the evaluation will be done, and at the end of the evening. See you. All right, so let's keep going here. So, hello, Fernando.
Hello,
Welcome,
Professor.
Belgium. And Fernando, his report experiences from UFG to Catholic University of Leuven, scientific, personal, and cultural aspects of an international experience. It's yours, the screen.
Thank you, Professor. I also would like to thank all of the organization team of the event. You are doing an amazing job. My deeply thank you. I would like to highlight some most important aspects, scientific and personal and cultural aspects uh, of my international experience. Next one, please. So I will talk about a little about Belgium. That is very different country considering Brazil, because there we have I'm actually here now, and we have three official languages: the German, French, and Dutch. And each part of the country uh, prefer some of that language. Here in Leuven, where I am, they prefer they mostly always talk in Dutch, and in Brussels, that it's 30 kilometers far from here, they only talk in French, and there are some other regions that they only use German. and sometimes when they want to talk each other, they use English. So almost everyone here talks English too. Speaks English too. Other aspects of the country, they love potato, cycling, the chocolate and the beer here are I guess the most famous in the world. The waffle and the soccer are also some passions here. They love it. Next one, please. When I arrived here, I faced some challenges, cultural and personal challenges. First of all, was when I went to the supermarket for the first time. Although I was helped by a colleague from all of us, the Carla Faria, I thought that it was very difficult to go to the supermarket here, especially because all the things are in Dutch, so you have to translate all the time. The taste of the things also is so different from the food from Brazil. So when you think that you know something taste, you have to try it here, and maybe it will be so different from there. And also the language, because Dutch it's not so familiar and so easy for the ones who talking Portuguese. About the COVID, I faced some challenges too, because when I arrived here, the rules about mask using, facial mask using were so different from Brazil. So I felt I need to change my mind about these rules. And I get COVID positive here. I spent 1.5 years in Brazil, and I stay safe and sound. And in 15 days here, I get positive. So I stayed in quarantine for 10 years alone in home, and it was also a challenge for me. Next one, please. About the research that I'm involved here, as I said on the first slide, I am in the KU11, and I research with a group that mainly work today with the AI and the CBCT applied to AI. We use a web-based platform that it's called Relu, and we are trying to improve this artificial intelligence for the use in craniofacial imaging. We are trying to improve the segmentation of the AI platform, and also trying to do it to predict some clinical conditions from the CBCT images. Next one, please. The first project that I was involved was the crystal bone segmentation. That it's a part of the huge project, and we are improving developing, validating, and testing the crystal bone AI segmentation by the platform. And the current status that we are in the development phase. They are trying to improve the segmentation from the AI. Next one, please. The other project that are some images, the slices, the CBCT slices, and the 3D image. Next one, please. Other research project that I'm involved in is the segmentation of the mandibular canal. That here we call it the nerve project. We are trying to improve the segmentation by the Relu. We are also using this project to improve the segmentation of the third molars, because the artificial intelligence is more trained to recognize the old teeth, and when the third molars are under development, it can't recognize so better, so good. And with this project, we are trying to predict the probability of nerve injury during third molar extractions. Next one, please. There are some images that the segmentation from Relu, the AI made it. Next one, please. And this project is also important for my main project from Brazil, because my main project is about thermometer used for age estimation. So we will get some CBCT images from people aged between 16 and 22 years old. We are segmented by artificial intelligence, and we categorizing the tooth development to estimate if a person is under or over 18 years old. Next one, please. This is my last slide, and I'd like to thank CAPS for that is my sponsor institution here. The UFG team, you are amazing. KU Living in my research group here, OMFS Impact Group, research group. Also the government of Goiás and the Scientific Police of Goiás for allowing me to be here. And I would like to thank you all, and also my supervisor from Brazil, Professor Maria Alves, and my supervisor from Belgium, that Henrique Jacobs. Thank you all.
Thank you, Fernando.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, it was a great presentation. So
thank you.
It's really nice to hear from you. So next one is going to be Marcela Silva de Paula, International Research Scholar, Experience in the University of Bern, Report of an International Experience. Marcela.
Thank you, Professor Rejane. My name is Marcela Silva de Paula. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm really glad to be here to share this experience that I'm actually living now here in Bern, that I entitled this as International Research Scholar Experience in the University of Bern, Report of International Experience. Could you please for the next, please? So how did this experience start? I could lie for you telling that it started on 31st of August, 2020. That when was my first meeting with Professor Martin together with Professor Claudio. But actually this experience and this opportunity started much before my PhD studies. Professor Martin and Professor Claudio are working together since 2017, and they have already fruitful partnership with more than 10 shared publications, Congress presentations, funding for research projects, and one PhD student exchange and co-supervision, that was Roberto Hartmann. Go to the next, please. So after this first meeting with Professor Martin, we started to try to find some ways to allow me to go to Switzerland to fund this. And we found this ESCAS scholarship. This ESCAS scholarship is a scholarship funded by the government of Switzerland, and they offer proposals.
Internet problem, maybe. The disconnection of Marcela. Shall we go forward with Danilo while she come back? Yeah, so Danilo, are you ready? So then we can wait, and when Marcela come back, is she coming? No, let's go forward with Danilo. So Danilo will bring us a report, Impact of an International Exchange Experience on the Professional Trajectory of a Brazilian Dentist.
Hello, Rejane, I'm ready. Just wait my presentation. Everyone can hear me?
Yes, clearly. It's just a matter to share your presentation and we start. And we apologize for running because it's, unfortunately, is the time.
Okay, that happens. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a very pleasure to be here with you. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Danilo Rocha Dias. I was PhD student at the Universidade Federal de Goiás, and my supervisors were the professors Rejane Faria Ribeiro Rota and Cristina Lind. And I am going to share with you the report entitled Impact of an International Exchange Experience on the Professional Trajectory of a Brazilian Dentist. The next, please. Well, I was graduated in dentistry in 2000, and the decision to follow the academic career was not so fast. I took my master's degree between 2004 and 2006 and started my PhD only in 2010. I always considered myself more as a dentist than as a teacher. And in fact, as you can see in this timeline, the most part of my career was spent working as a clinician in a private practice. In 2012, I had the opportunity to spend 6 months in Malmo, Sweden, for a sandwich PhD program. Thus, the aim of this report is to describe how this international exchange experience influenced my academic career. Maybe today I'm the older one, and maybe I can show the longer impacts of an international experience. The next one, please. When I started my PhD, my work was divided between the private practice and the participation as teacher in specialization courses. The motivations to pursue the academic career included the need to improve knowledge, to get autonomy in clinical decisions, to achieve professional status, to add value to my work, and to expand my networking. For me, in that time, being a scientist was something far away, as an utopian idea. Next, please. This perspective was changing during PhD, and in 2012, I got a scholarship from CAPES for a sandwich PhD at Malmo University, which is one of the world's leading institutions in dental education and research. I consider one of the most valuable lessons was to look for the highest quality in education and research. It's important to point out, and for me it was very impressive, their undergraduate dental education, which applies the problem-based learning curriculum. I was also introduced the concept of evidence-based practice in dentistry, and this is also a point that I like to give importance in my career. Furthermore, I was immersed in the Swedish culture, an inclusive society built over principles of equality and integrity. The next one. There, I had the opportunity to attend 2 congresses in Europe, breaking down language barriers and expanding professional relationships. And I would like, the next one, please. I would like to emphasize the major role of my Swedish advisor, Professor Cristina Lind, who made a difference in my education for being so accessible and dedicated. We had regular meetings, and she introduced me to exponent researchers in my working field. Additionally, she was always concerned about my social and cultural involvement there in Malmo. Her posture as advisor is a model for me that I'll try to replicate to my students. Then, 1 year later, I went back to Sweden and presented my thesis to my Swedish colleagues and other researchers. I consider this was the turning point for my academic career because that day was the first time that I could discuss my research in an international environment for important researchers. And it was the first time that I really felt as a scientist. The next one, please. In the same trip, I presented part of my results in the meeting of the European Prosthodontic Association and the Scandinavian Society for Prosthetic Dentistry in Turku, Finland. This was my first oral presentation in an international scientific event. These international experiences improved my skills for teaching and researching and brought me a new perception of my professional practice. After that, I decided to keep dedicating to academic career, and I got a scholarship for a postdoc between 2014 and 2016, which was supervised by Professor Rejane, and the other one between 2017 and 2019, supervised by Professor Claudio Lenis. These two professors are my main references, and I'm deeply grateful for all opportunities they opened to me. In 2019, I was approved as adjunct professor at Universidade Federal de Minas Gerais, where I am currently fully dedicated to my academic career. I consider the main legacy of my sandwich PhD was to learn how to believe in people's potential and in my own potential. Thank you very much. It was what I would like to present.
So thank you, Danilo. As you said, it was interesting to see this timeline. It's amazing. So Marcela, let's say, how can you quick finish your presentation? Because the problem is, I have a meeting at 2:30, and I must. And maybe we could make some comments now. What do you think, Paulo? We make the comments in general comments, and then Marcela present her part. So just to make sure that I can stay there. And I apologize a lot about that, but I had told the organization this meeting with the scientific beginners that I must be there. And what I would like to say, that it's really something that touched me deeply. Danilo maybe is the one that most know me in terms of my relationship with the opportunity to go abroad, but Marcela also knows a little bit about me with all the efforts towards internationalization, because I had in my mind that I was responsible to inspire other ones to have the same change of life in different dimensions that I had, because I believe that this change country, this is, I could see in all the report here. So when Danilo talked about the beginning and now as a professor in one of the most renowned institution in Brazil, UFMG. And when Marcela he talks about the efforts behind the opportunity, the partnership of Lelis. And Lelis was also benefit by the other efforts. Example, Line Palm, the opportunity to start partnership abroad and then continue it and multiply it. And when Fernando comes, he's linking the research and the investigation as a professional of the civil policy in our state. It is just this really net that matters. It's amazing. And also the other four that talked here. Karine showing the practicity of life in a country that really invests in the citizen basic needs. She had the opportunity to go with her family. I had the opportunity to go with my daughter and my family. And Vanessa brought here a new way to teach, a new way to think about the same theoretical things that we go through and after go to the practice. And also we have here Steve. Steve is the representation of how important is the active internationalization. In other words, to make ourselves interesting. And there are many different ways. Receiving other ones that is going to think that is good and make the advertisement there, and also offering financial and teaching learning opportunities here. And Leonardo bringing a scientific experience. Well, the scientific experience was for all of you, but I'm just pointing things. The experience to be advised for someone from India, for a Brazilian that was in Canada, but was eradicating in Canada, and doing so many publication and knowing different methods. So that's my words. Just look forward this experience abroad. Doesn't matter how. And presentially, it is really different, but it's important to share. So, Paulo, with you, and I really would like to make a question. I have so many notes. I would like to make so many questions. And I know that Marcela is having a wonderful experience. I know more than she had the opportunity to present, and also how she's already having the impact there. So, Paulo.
Thank you, Rejane. Have a good meeting after.
So I must thank you and apologize at the same time. And I have all this experience in my heart. Maybe overreact because it really makes me feel this way. Some words of a song, if somebody knows. So thank you very much, Paulo, and take care of these ones, and we talk later.
No problem. Bye-bye.
Song.
Okay. Marcela, do you continue the presentation?
If it's possible, it's not a problem. I really apologize for the connection problem.
No problem,
I was
no
not
problem.
expecting this.
It's normal, this problem.
Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry again, everyone. As I was telling, after this first meeting with Professor Claudio and Professor Martin, we started to research about some possibilities to provide my experience here in Switzerland. And we found this ESCAS scholarship, that is a scholarship funded by the Swiss government. And they offered calls, they opened calls for proposals once a year. And in their calls, they describe the types of scholarships they are offering. The first one is the research fellowship. That is the one that I'm attending now. A PhD scholarship that is for 3 years, postdoctoral scholarship, and arts scholarship. You can go to next, please. And what can we find here in the University of Bern? This really beautiful building that you are seeing in the middle of the screen is the main building of the University of Bern. And in this building is mostly administrative rooms. And not so far from this building, we have the ZMK that is on the bottom of the screen on the left. And that is where it is the dentistry school of the University of Bern, and where Professor Martin Schimmel, that is my mentor here, works and do the procedures of oral rehabilitation. And right beside the ZMK, we have the Incel system that is a brand new building that rooms the laboratories that we, the dental research laboratories that we have here. and is where I'm actually working now and developing a lot of different in vitro studies. And we have a little picture here in the right of the screen. You can go to the next, please. So this is the research team that I'm working now. Professor Martin Schimmel, that is originally from Germany, and now is a professor here in the University of Bern. Professor Burak Yilmaz, that is originally for Turkey, and he also spent 13 years in the USA, working also as a professor, and now he is here in Bern as a professor too. Professor Gülçin Çakmak, that is also originally from Turkey, and she also spent 2 years as an ITI scholarship in Mexico, and now she's here also as a research fellowship from the Boozer Foundation. Samir Abu Ayash, that is, he is originally from Germany, and he is now a postdoctoral student here at the University of Bern. And finally, Professor Jana Akay, that is also originally from Turkey, and now she's spending 3 months here as a research fellowship. So as you can see, it's a really multicultural team, and I'm really happy to work with them. Next, please. With this team, I'm assisting a lot of different in vitro tests and in vitro studies with printed dental resins, with CAD/CAM technology. And I also have the opportunity to follow some procedures of oral rehabilitation with Professor Martin Schimmel, but also with different post-graduation students at the ZMK Unibern. And I also have the opportunity to follow some dental implant surgeries at the Boozer Foundation. And once a week, we have some literature seminars with Professor Burak that we discuss new projects and also scientific papers to have a more broadened idea of what is going on now and what could be next projects for us. Next, please. And of course, that as Fernando already told us, I think that Danilo also comment about this. We always face some barriers and some challenges, like the language here is pretty similar of the reality that Fernando is living now. We have here in Bern, people speaks more the Swiss German, but they also talk Italian, French, and Romansh. That is a language that I really don't know how to pronounce this, but the Swiss German is really difficult too, and we always face these at supermarkets and during the daily basis. Cultural barriers as well, we can face this day by day. The weather is pretty much different from Brazil, and the living expenses are higher than Brazil too. And of course, we have the homesickness as a barrier as well. Go to the next, please. But beside these barriers, I'm having a really great time here. As you can see in these pictures that I put here, I'm having an exceptional time and I think that I'm improving a lot as a person and as a researcher, as a student, as a dentist. So I'm really, I find myself really lucky to have this opportunity. Next one, please. So in summary, international experience for me allows you to see far beyond your own truth. So I really encourage everyone that wants to live this experience. Next, please. So my big thank you for everybody that is by my side in this journey and is making this dream happen. So thank you very much for listening to me. I'm open to considerations for discussion, and thank you very much for your attention.
Nice, Marcela. Good presentation, and I'm well impressed with all reporters of each one. And if I have a little time, I'd like to hear from each one what are the suggestions that you have to the graduate program in dentistry, or at least to, or if the UFG, the suggestions that you have to improve the internationalization of the graduate program, or the UFG and the UFG. Some actions that you have, any just one suggestion that you have, or more than one. Maybe
Marcela, can you start?
Marcela?
Can you start?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, of course. I think that we already started this, and Stephen is a great example of this, to open for more people come to the university too. Because as I think that was my first touch with people abroad was with the Line Palm, that we were in contact with Matilda. I think that was the first one. It was really important for me to see different visions and to have this desire to go abroad and to see more and to think like bigger. And I think that is a great thing to prepare our university to receive more people from abroad. I think that maybe discuss it more and to open the doors for English students.
Okay, it's very important. Danilo?
Danilo, we can hear you. I think that your microphone is turned off.
Sorry. I think the events like this one, I think, are important part of motivation for students to apply for scholarships or for try to participate. And also, as Marcela said, also receive students from other countries. So I think it's the two-side way. We can learn, but we can also contribute to another countries. Then I think this is important things to consider.
Yes, the presence of foreign students in here is important to improve the proficiency in language of our students too.
And
Fernando?
Also participate in international events also.
Yes.
I think it's a way for breaking barriers, I think.
Yeah,
I agree with Danilo, because I think that English language is the great barrier that we face, and we are afraid to talk in English with other people, and we think that our English must be perfect to talk to other, and here nobody cares about how good is your English. They only need to understand you, and the Brazilian English is so good compared to others, like French English, like others countries that the people have the other mother languages. I think that the English barrier is the most, the biggest one. But like Danilo said, events like that, this one is so important. So once again, I'd like to congratulate everyone involved in this event, because it's so important. And when I arrive here, I'm working with other Brazilian researchers, and I just realized how good we are. We are so good as researchers.
Exactly.
So comparing in my lab, there's people from all over the world, and we are really good. So I think that we need more opportunities to relate with for this contact with other researchers, and it will be open the doors for Brazilian researchers. That's all. Thank you again.
Thank you, Marcela. Thank you, Danilo. Thank you, Fernando. We need
so
to
much.
end this session.
Thank you very
I'd
much.
like to thank you for you to share with us the your international experience. I'm very impressed. And now I need to say bye-bye for all and until next
Bye-bye.
meet. Bye-bye.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, everybody. It's very nice to welcome all of you for this research project summary. So we can start already because we are a little bit late. So I will call for this first presentation. Oh, sorry, just a moment. I will call for this first presentation Gabriele de Paula Muniz Barbosa, who is working with a team together with Luísa Santos Cardoso, Amanda Alves de Oliveira e Cris Nicole Veríssimo. Please, Gabriela.
Now it's okay. Hi, good afternoon. Can I start? I think so. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Gabriele Barbosa, and I am master student of the Federal University of Goiás. My advisor is Professor Cris Nicole Veríssimo, and I am here to present my research project that has the title The Influence of Polyethylene Fibers Insertion on the Residual Shrinkage Stress, Cuspa Strain, and the Fractal Load of molars restored with different resin composites. Next slide, please. Teeth with a large coronary destruction can show a lower resistance due to caries, praxis restoration, traumas, endodontic treatments, and the teeth rehabilitation with a large destruction are a challenge for the dentist regarding the maintenance of function, aesthetics, and longevity. Nowadays, many professionals have adopted a new concept in their rehabilitation practice called biomimetic dentistry. This practice is related to the rehabilitation of the lost tooth structure using materials that have mechanical properties similar to the tooth structure and through adhesive procedures. Techniques such as the dentinal sealing, direct or indirect restoration with resin composites or fibers are widely used in biomimetic dentistry. And the resin composites are used to restore posterior teeth owing to numerous advantages and characteristics such as aesthetics, biocompatibility, and wear resistance. Next slide, please. The clinical performance of the resin composite restorations depends on efficient polymerization of the restorative material. Polymerization is the process by which monomers result in a polymer after exposure to the blue light, and their intensity is linked to biocompatibility, mechanical properties values, and the color stability. The process of converting monomers in polymers generates a dimensional change in the composite named polymerization shrinkage, which is inherent in any procedure of a resinous nature. Next slide, please. So, it's important to highlight that not all polymerization shrinkage is responsible for generation stress, and it's necessary to control the stress generated during the restoration because it's critical for the clinical success of the restoration in posterior teeth. So, in order to control the polymerization stress, several techniques have been described in the literature, such as the incremental oblique insertion technique, the additional of reinforcing fibers, the light curing techniques, and the polyethylene fibers. Next slide, please. So in the step of the polyethylene fibers, we have the rebond, that is knowing about the wallpapering technique. This technique is described in the literature that consists of using a ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene fiber, the rebond. This rebond has the purpose to reduce the possibility of failures, to preserve the residual health tooth structure, and decrease the stress and the cuspal strain. In this technique, a polyethylene fiber with 4 millimeters wide and 11 millimeters long is inserted into the lingual and buccal wall in a class 2 cavity, MOD, and light cured. After to positionate the rebound, we put the resin composite and light current again. This technique is also popularly known as stress-free restoration. However, because shrinkage is unavoidable in any resinous materials, there is no consensus that this technique is effective in reducing polymerization stress and consequently the cuspal strain. Next slide, please. The rebound, using this technique, the first rebound, the original rebound, was developed in 1992. And it's a flexible, cordless, and easy-to-fit fiber with a 0.35 millimeters thickness. Later was developed the rebound THM with 0.18 millimeters thickness. And nowadays was developed the Rebound Ultra in 2013 and was considered the thickness with a 0.20 millimeters thickness and was implemented being more adaptable, and their structure contains a unidirectional hybrid and braided fibers. This structure has a three-dimensional shape, and this lacy shape allows a better adaptation, in addition to preventing the fibers from shifting during handling. Next slide, please. So, what I need to consider? Until this moment, are few studies that evaluated the polymerization stress, the cuspal strain, and the fracture resistance in posterior teeth restored with polyethylene fibers. So, what this research seeks to answer? This research seeks to answer if the polyethylene fiber insertion, the rebound, on cavity preparation walls are capable of reduce polymerization shrinkage stress and cuspal strain, besides of increase the fracture resistance in molars restored with resin composites. Next slide, please. So for this, we will do four analyses. The first, the cuspal strain, where it will be measured by strain gates. The teeth will be restored according to the fiber insertion present or absent and different types of resin composite. We choose the conventional resin composite and book fill, both of the 3M brand. And the strain will be monitored for 10 minutes by the data acquisition and the analysis systems. The samples will be stored in a relatively humid environment, but not submerged in water. The second test will be the thermomechanical cycling. This step will be done in CPBio in the Federal University of Uberlândia, and the samples will be subjected to 10,000 thermocycles to 5 degrees Celsius to 55 degrees Celsius with a residence time of 15 seconds in a MESCT machine and the compressive load of 50 newtons and the frequency of 2 Hz applied to the occlusal of the restoration. Next slide, please. Later, it will be done the fracture resistance and the failure mode. Will be done a metallic device for fracture resistance and the positioned on universal test machine. The axial compression load will be performed at a speed of 0.5 millimeters until the tooth fracture. After the fracture resist test, an individual analysis of each sample will be carried out for determining the failure mode and at least define the three-dimensional elements, where will be done a scanning a molar to obtain the external tooth geometry. The file will be imported into a Rhinoceros 3D 5.0 software to build the external anatomy, and it will be interconnected lines over the surface of the STL nerve surfaces to be built and will form the three-dimensional model. Next slide, please. Now I want to say thank you, and this is my bibliographic references if you want to scan. And I am able to the considerations.
Very nice presentation, Gabriele. Please, Professor Daniel.
Sorry. I would like to congratulate you, Gabriele, for your presentation. It's a very nice one. And before we move forward, I just want to say some rules from our presentation. So each presenter will have 10 minutes to present your research project, and we'll have like 5 minutes to discuss it and to raise some points and to give you opportunity to answer the questions. And all the presenters can answer the questions in English or Portuguese if you prefer, okay? If you don't understand the question, we can say this in Portuguese or you can answer in Portuguese, it's not a problem, okay? Just to raise some points here from our rules. Professor Maria?
I have a question for you, Gabriele. Do you think it's possible to make this research available for clinical application? Or this is just for research so far?
No, I think that it's possible because many dentists, but principal in the United States, are using the rebound, and they are talking that are stress-free restoration. So they use in the patients in cavity, MLD cavity, and they say that's stress-free restoration, but it's not, that has not a scientific application that says that it will be stress-free restoration. What we know is that the application of the rebound decrease the stress, but it's not capable to be free, all free. So I think that in the future it's capable to will be clinical. We use in the clinical patients and everything, but in the first moment I think that we have to research what is the purpose of rebound and for what that he will be really good.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Very nice presentation. Success for you.
Thank you.
Gabriele, I just have one. Oh, sorry. So let's move forward. Okay, Gabriele, I just have one question for you. It was a great presentation. Congrats again. And I like this kind of research. I think this have a very nice clinical application, and we can use this. But I know rebound from dental trauma and the use for it, and this has a high cost. So do you think this will be available to use in clinics if this reduce the stress? And do you think this will be capable to be used for all clinicians?
I think if we have a good answer, it's cool to use in our clinical procedures, but it's a high It's very expensive. I know this. Principally in Brazil, we have just one rebound and it's very, very expensive. The rebound that we are testing is the rebound ultra. There is not in Brazil yet, and we win for the David Hudo, that is the inventor of the rebound. I think that if you have a good answer, it's good to practice in the clinical procediments, but it needs to be a little. I forgot the word. Um, More accessible for the dentist because it's a little expensive.
Perfect. Very nice. Thank you, Gabriele. So now we'll move forward. We have a tight time today. And the next one will be Andrea Diniz Dias. So, Andrea, you can present your research project and then we'll discuss a little bit.
Can you listen me? Can you listen, Danielle? Yes. So good afternoon. I'm very glad to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Andrea Diniz Dias, and I will present my master's project titled Evaluation of the Performance of the Photobiomodulation Therapy as an Adjuvant in the Treatment of Patients with COVID-19. We'll take the opportunity to thank my mentor and guide, Professor Nadia Costa, and last but not least, my friend and academic advisor, Francine Moreira. Next slide, please. My research question that leads my work and passes through my hypothesis is that if the photobiomodulation therapy can be used as an adjuvant in the treatment of patients with COVID-19. Therefore, for now, I invite you through this work, which for me is more than a master's project. It is the expression of hope considering the present moment in which we live the problems of pandemics and the collapse of the health system that we have been witnessing for some time. Next slide, please. Let's start with this simple organism, the SARS-CoV-2, that causes this disease. We unfortunately know better and better each day. We can see that it is a very simple and uncomplicated microorganism that impresses us with the great damage it can cause. A spike protein, a membrane, and an envelope with genetic material, in this case, RNA. The spike protein present in the virus combines with some specific receptors on human cells and leads to a chain of events that can cause the death in many individuals. The event we consider important for this research is a cytokine storm, a strong and exaggerated response of our bodies and cells to the infection. This infection, which our bodies struggle to fight sometimes and for many reasons, produce this dysfunctional response. The cytokine storm, in turn, leads to the production of reactive oxygen species and oxidative stress. This oxidative stress is very damaging for our immune system and to the body's response of the disease. Next slide. We can see that is well known from many studies around the world that the cytokine storm is associated with negative outcomes for the disease. Next, please. Photobiomodulation therapy consists of a laser application Both can be in lesions or and in the bloodstream. We will be applying a systemic laser which is proven to activate superoxide dismutase that helps as an important antioxidant. Next. So, next slide. Thank you. So, why this project? Because we are walking in the dark with no light in the end for the people who get sick with COVID-19. And because the laser, despite of being used for many diseases, was poorly tested for COVID-19. We hypothesize that the laser can be used as a complementary therapy, helping the body to fight the cytokine storm and making the immune system ready to make an organic and healthier response to the virus. Next, please. Our general objective is to evaluate the performance of transdermal systemic photobiomodulation therapy as an adjuvant in treatment of COVID-19. Our specific objectives is first to evaluate the efficacy of transdermal systemic photobiomodulation therapy in the clinical and laboratory response of patients hospitalized with COVID-19. In second place, we will evaluate the effect of transdermal systemic photobiomodulation therapy on the expression of inflammatory cytokines in the saliva of patients hospitalized with COVID-19. Next slide. Our study will be carried out at the Clinical Hospital of Federal University of Goiás. Patients will receive both treatments, the conventional one carried by the staff of the hospital, and the research participants will receive as well the transdermal systemic photobiomodulation therapy. Our research consists in a case of series chosen because of the number of cases we found that fit in our study. Our interventions will be the collection of saliva for future analysis of the pro-inflammatory cytokine expression and application of red laser on the arms of the selected patients for 30 minutes in the radial artery, fixation with elastic bracelet. The protocol we are using will be with a 48-hour intervals, day 1, day 3, day 5, day 7, and day 9, maximum of 5 sections. It's the recommendation of the manufacturers for treating illness. Then we will analyze the saliva and all data from the hospital record of each patient. Next slide. We will analyze if the laser works well to produce the best results and outcomes for patients who have received photobiomodulation therapy. Next slide. I will finish by first thanking everyone, and then I will show this report of a doctor taking a current patient of COVID-19 to see the sun, to see the light. This is the QR code for my bibliographical reference. Thank you.
Nice presentation. Thank you very much. It's very nice to see you. I would like to congratulate not just you, but all your team. May I, Professor Daniel? I have a question for you. Why did you choose they carry case series as a design, study design. You say something, but I could not follow.
Okay, it's because the cases of COVID-19, they are decreasing. We don't find lots of patients anymore who can receive the laser. And because of our exclusion criteria, we can't find lots of patients to carry on lots of types of studies. So we decided to carry this case series because the number of the patients.
Okay, I understand. So I have a suggestion for you. Instead of say you will check the improvement on the patients, because you just can say that if you have a control group. As you don't have a control group, you can say that you observe the improvement according to the literature reported or according to the other patients from the same hospital. Yes? Do you understand? Do you agree?
Agreed. Yeah, I agree. For sure.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Daniel.
Thank you.
Okay, Andrea, congrats for your presentation. It was a very nice one. And this kind of project make us proud of our specialty and this team led by Professor Nadia. So congrats for all of you. It's very nice to see dentists moving in a different place than teeth and helping people, helping this crazy moment that we're living. So congrats for all of you. I don't have questions, just this consideration. So congrats.
Thank you, everyone.
Our next presentation will be from the group of implant dentistry. I will call Marcela Silva de Paula in a project with Professor Cláudio Rodrigues Leles, Martin Schimmel, Burak Isma, Samir Abudayash, and Gulsi Kakmak. I don't know if I pronounced correctly.
So are you seeing my screen?
Yes, we can see the screen, and your speak is okay.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone, again. I'm really happy to share with you this research project that is entitled In Vitro Performance of a Novel Mini Implant System for Effect of Implant Inclination on Retention Force Changes. This project is supervised by the Professor Cláudio Rodrigues Leles from the Federal University of Goiás, and also from by the Professor Martin Schimmel from the University of Bern. So mini dental implants or narrow diameter implants are a great option or a great solution to standard implants that have bigger diameters, to overdentures, to install overdentures. This is a more simplified and less traumatic rehabilitation protocol. And the main indication for this type of implants is for patients that present limited width alveolar ridges or atrophic maxilla or mandible. The Straumann mini implant system is a one-piece tissue-level new developed implant. It presents a better resistance and a better also integration thanks to two technologies implemented in this implant. That is the rock solid, that is a titanium zirconium alloy, and the SLA surface, that is a surface treatment that provides this better also integration for this implant. This part here, I think that you can see my cursor, but the upper part of the implant is the prosthesis connection of this implant, and is a carbon-based coating. It receives a carbon-based coating that provides this black color that you are seeing here. And this carbon-based coating provides also a wear resistance for this male part, this connection part. This male part is attached to a peak matrix or polyether ether ketone that is mostly known as peak, a really strong or a really resistant polymer. And this peak matrix is connected to this male part, this carbon-based coating retention, provides a higher and long-lasting attachment performance for this mini implant. However, we have some limitations of this implant. Because of the one-piece design, it is not possible to exchange this male part. And this is a critical factor to the long-term resistance forces, to observe this in a long-term resistance forces. And also, besides that, the retentive forces are affected by the angulation amongst those mini implants. And in these angulations, we can see frequently during the dental practice. In this context, this in vitro study aims to investigate changes in the retentive force as influenced by the angulation of clinically representative cases using 4 mini implants, that the Straumann mini implants in the dentulous mandible. As we are aiming to reproduce clinically representative cases, our sample is originally from a randomized clinical trial that is running, actually is almost finishing, in the NPPI, at the School of Dentistry of the Federal University of Goiás, also supervised by the Professor Claudio Rodrigues Leles. So we are randomly select 5 cases of the flapped protocol and other 5 cases of the flapless protocol. I'll go back to the others anterior slide just to explain a little bit more about the system. This Straumann mini implant can be placed by 2 different techniques. It can be placed by the flapped technique that we are seeing here in the left part of the screen, or the flapless technique that we are seeing here in the right part of the screen. And this also, in this picture, we also can see that the implants are mostly parallel, but sometimes they are slightly angulated. So this angulation that we aimed to reproduce in our experimental models. And besides those 10 cases, these 10 clinically representative cases, we will have one control group that will represent the ideal position of these implants, that is the 0 degrees angulation. These experimental models will be reproduced, so will be the impression of these 10 patients, and we will have 55 mandibular overdentures blocks that we are seeing here in the upper part of the screen, with the metal matrices and with the peak retentive insertion. And we also have 11 experimental models, and we're gonna test this in a cycling dislodging test in a universal machine, Instron 5565, with insertion and removal cycles. For our results, we will consider the 10 cycles, 100 cycles, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, and 14,600 cycles. That it will simulate 10 years of function of this retentive system. Our foreseen achievements is that it's expected that the angulation of the implant negatively influences the retention of the first retention of this mini dental implant system. And the clinical relevance of our study is that the results from this experimental study will provide valuable data on the novel mini implant system, complementing the findings of the clinical study. Thank you so much for listening to me. And also I'd like to thank the authors of this project that we are reproducing here in Switzerland at the University of Bern. So my big thank you for all of them and for you to listen to me. Thank you. I'm opening now for the considerations.
Hi, Marcela. Congrats
Hello.
for your presentation. It's a very nice project. As you said, it's a part of a major project that Professor Cláudio Leles is conducting. He is always contributing a lot with this knowledge about implants. And I have one doubt regarding the position of the implants. This different angle is related to a technical mistake or a bias of the technique, or is this something that you have to put in a different angle depending on the anatomic of the mandible or things like that?
Thank you for your question, Professor. And before our surgeries, we always plan the surgeries in a software, and we try to put the implants as parallel as possible. However, during the surgery, we can see that some anatomic problems that make us actually, our surgeon is Professor José Luis Leles, and I also want to thank him to conduct these surgeries. And we see that sometimes the type of the bone or even the anatomical form of the bone makes the implant a little bit angulated.
Perfect, because the guided surgery is more common and not almost all, but a lot of surgeries are guided, so it's easier to put this parallel. So it was a doubt.
Yeah, but this system was made to do like a more simplified protocol. So right. Her intention is to don't have this much of steps. So the guided surgery for now is not an option to do these surgeries, but maybe in the future to put as parallel as possible. But we are seeing here actually is what we want to check with this in vitro study to see if the angulation, this slight angulation, can interfere negatively on the retention forces.
Okay, thank you, Marcela. Professor
Maria.
Thank you, Marcela. Very nice presentation. Congratulations for all of you, all the team.
Thank you.
I have a question for you, and forgive me if I don't understand very well, but I want to know why just 5 examples for each kind of just the 10 patients. For me, when you think about the sample, to prove something, you think about something more than 10. But I know there is something behind that, and I want to hear from you, please.
Okay, on the literature, Professor, we have another studies that reproduce this, but actually not in the clinically representative cases. They reproduce like in 0 degrees, 5 degrees, 10 degrees, 15 degrees, something that we don't see actually in the clinical. But we are doing these 5 cases to reproduce these. The first reason is because of the literature, that the literature uses more or less 10 samples that's the total of our models, and also because of the expenses of this study. Is a very expensive study, so we need to reduce our sample to make it feasible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Congrats, Marcela. So now I'll call the next one. The next presenter will be Joyce Borges Cardoso. She also is from Professor Cláudio Leles' group. And the co-authors are Marcela Silva, Thalita Fernandes, José Luis Leles, and Professor Claudio Leles. So, Joyce is on you.
Hi, good afternoon. Can I start?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Joyce. I'm an undergraduate student at the Faculty of Dentistry of Universidade Federal de Goiás and part of the program of research initiation as a scholarship holder. I will present my research project summary entitled 1 Year Marginal Bone Changes in Titanium Zirconium Mini Implants for Mandibular Overdenture Retention. My advisor is Professor Cláudio Rodrigues Leles, and co-advisors are Marcelo Silva de Paulo, Professor José Luis Leles, and Thalita Fernandes. The study is being conducted at Núcleo de Pesquisa em Prótese e Implante. Mini implants are an alternative to conventional dental implant to support overdentures. They are less expensive. They are adequate for narrow alveolar ridges since they prevent patients going through augmentation procedures that may carry higher risks of complications. The surgery is less invasive, is simpler, is faster to execute, and is also advantageous in older patients as it is a more conservative and less burdensome treatment. It leads to less morbidity, which is attractive to older, fragile patients since many of them have general medical problems that have to be considered in surgical planning, like the medications they take or have taken, kind of anesthetic to be used in the surgery, and dosage, between others. Next slide, please. The objective of this study is to assess the peri-implant bone changes around the single body of 2.4 millimeters titanium zirconium Straumann mini implants with a carbon-based coated abutment. Next slide. The secondary aim of our study is to compare the changes in marginal bone level according to the type of implant loading, immediate, where it's loaded right after the surgery, or delayed protocol after 6 weeks. And the surgery protocol, flapped surgery, where an incision is made in the interforaminal region, and versus flapless surgery without the incision or flap. The study hypotheses are based on the treatment procedures, comparative effects on the clinical results, and patient-reported outcomes. Our first null hypothesis is that the delayed loading protocol for mini implants, the control group, has a similar failure rate compared to the mini implants who received immediate loading protocol, the test group. And our second null hypothesis is that the flapped surgery the control group, presents similar post-insertion results compared to a flapless surgery, the test group, to implant insertion. Next slide. Our sample consists of 74 edentulous patients who received a 4-implant mandibular overdenture, opposing to a conventional complete denture. The peri-implant changes will be assessed through periapical digital radiographs taken in the 3, 6, and 12-month follow-up visits after the implant loading. Next slide. The images will be assessed using a software, ImageJ, according to a standardized protocol. After opening the image on the software, zoom, shine, and contrast will be calibrated according to the assessor visual acuity. A sharpen filter is applied, and the image is calibrated with the reference line of the diameter of the mini implant platform, which is 2.4 millimeters. Then a line is drawn, starting in the diameter reference line to the first bone implant contact on the right and left sides of the implant. Next slide, please. The time points will be immediate post-insertion stage, short-term follow-up after 3 months using the overdenture, mid-term follow-up 6 months after the overdenture being used, and long-term follow-up after 1 year using the overdenture. the variation on the peri-implant bone height through those time points will be defined as peri-implant bone changes, and we expect to be a minimal peri-implant bone change without significant clinical importance. Also, it is expected that the peri-implant bone changes are not negatively affected by the immediate implant loading. Next slide. In cases where the periapical radiographs can't be used due to insufficient quality to evaluate the bone height, due to problems in the radiograph, such as patient moving during the procedure or elongation of the image, the panoramic radiograph can be used following the same protocol of evaluation. Next slide. And for the data analysis, we will do descriptive statistics from our results. We will do bivariate tests, paired t-tests, and Wilcoxon sign rank tests, and generalized estimating equations, GEE, in order to identify the effects of time points and treatment groups, immediate versus delayed loading, and flapped versus flapless surgery, the effect of those factors on the outcome variables. We will also do longitudinal multiple regression models. They will be fitted to changes from baseline as the reference time points. Next. Thank you for listening. I'm open to any considerations and discussion.
Thank you, Marcela. Joyce. Thank you, Joyce. I have a few questions for you. Actually, just one question. You said it was 24 patients. And how many for control group?
They are 74. And test group versus control group. It's a randomized clinical trial, and they are randomized into 4 groups. It's factorial. I don't know the right term in English. They are 2 groups of surgery, flapless and flapped. They are randomized. It's supposed to we have half of them in one group and half in the other. But which one is going to stay in which group is randomized. And then they are randomized in 2 groups of immediate loading and delayed loading. So it's expected to be an equal number of patients in each group, but they are randomized into each group.
Okay, and which one will be the control group?
The control group will be, if I'm not wrong, the flap surgery and immediate loading.
Like conventional implant placement?
No, the mini implant. They are all mini implants.
Yes, but the conventional way to do it with flap surgery and immediate.
I think it's delayed protocol.
Delayed. Okay. So I was just confused about which one was.
I'm a bit confused, but I can answer you later. I'm sorry, I can answer you because I'm confused with the groups.
Please, can you tell me if this is the project where Marcela will take the 10 patients?
Yes.
To analyze after? Okay, it's the same project.
It's the same project, only a different part.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Marcela.
Joyce.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Joyce, congratulations for your presentation. It's a very nice project design, because it's a clinical trial and you're testing something new. And congrats for this. It's always a challenge to conduct clinical trials. And I just have a question similar to Professor Maria Alves, because all of your groups will be related to mini implants, okay?
Yes.
And all these mini implants is a novel implant that I've been using and you're testing. So Do you have posted in the literature what is the pattern of these changes that you analyze? So we have some pattern of these changes that you can compare or see if you have a good result.
I don't know if I understood correctly the question, but in the literature we have some results. We will compare it to them, and in our own research group, you also have similar researches about the same thing, but with conventional inputs. So it can be used as a reference to compare our results.
Perfect, exactly that. Thanks a lot. Congratulations for your presentation, and congrats.
Thank you.
Very nice, Joyce. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I welcome Suzane Aparecida de Oliveira for presentation of his project. Please, Suzane.
Just a minute, please. It's okay, can I start? Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Suzane. Today I present my research project in later association between our health conditions and late clinical outcomes in patients with COVID-19, a cohort study. I do a master's degree in dental clinic at the Federal University of Goiás with a concentration in oral diagnosis. I have Professor Lídia Jordão as my advisor and Professor Nádia do Lago as co-advisor. In this image, the left is our capital, Goiânia, where I was born and studied through of my life, and the right is our dentistry school. So, the research idea arose through some investigations of our research group, where a relationship between the SARS-CoV-2 virus, origin conditions, periodontal condition, and oral lesions was observed. And as the literature already reported some complications after infection, the following questions arose. Is there an association between worse oral health conditions and complications of COVID-19 in post-infection and discharge patients? The current COVID-19 pandemic caused by the SARS-CoV-2 virus has affected all aspects of life globally, demonstrating potential lethality. A possible association between worse oral health conditions and critical clinical outcomes of the disease proved that periodontal disease, high rate of caries, tooth loss, and filed teeth are factors associated with moderate and critical symptoms of the disease. Several post-COVID-19 complications, both new and persistent, have also been reported, affecting organs such as the lung, brain, heart, gastrointestinal system, and kidneys. However, the association of our health condition with post-infection outcomes remains unclear. So, therefore, the present study is justified by the need to investigate the main signs and symptoms after the end of the SARS-CoV-2 infection and hospital discharge, as well as a possible association with worse oral conditions, added to the need to accentuate the status of oral health in the improvement of systemic conditions of the individual. The main goal of this study is to assess the association between oral health conditions and clinical outcomes in patients after hospital discharge from COVID-19. And the specific objectives are, first, to identify the prevalence of late clinical outcomes at 3, 6, or 12 months after hospital discharge in patients affected by COVID-19. Second, to assess conditions related to oral health, prevalence of severe periodontitis, tooth loss patterns, and prosthodontic characteristics at 3, 6, or 12 months after hospital discharge in patients affected with COVID-19. Third, evaluate the association between our health conditions and later clinical outcomes of COVID-19. And fourth, to evaluate the profile of inflammatory cytokines present in saliva and gingival clavicular fluid at 3, 6, or 12 months after hospital discharge of patients with COVID-19. So the sample will consist of patients who were discharged from hospital after SARS-CoV-2 infection, admitted to wards or intensive care units, who participated in a previous study by our research group. Data collection will be performed through the analysis of medical records, application of a questionnaire on signs and symptoms after infection, evaluation of the inflammatory condition of the periodontal through the collection of gingival clavicular fluid, and analysis of inflammatory cytokines through saliva collection. The values of the results will be expressed through descriptive statistics, bivariate, multivariate logistic regression analysis, and structural regression modeling analysis. This study hopes to clarify the relationship between oral health and post-COVID-19 outcomes. So we expect to find the following results with this study. Higher incidence of late outcomes of COVID-19 patients who were in the critical stage of disease, a significant association between worse oral health conditions and patients who were in the critical stage of disease, worst late outcomes in patients with periodontitis, high rate of caries, tooth loss, and filed teeth, and worse conditions of the salivary inflammatory profile in patients with sequelae of disease. The study will last for 24 months. It started in August of this year and will end in August 2022. And these are the bibliographic references. And thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Very nice project for a master. You must be a very good student to get this project for you. Congratulations. You are, I know you are. I just want to stress this, your capability, so by your advisor, because it's a big project for a master. But anyway, I have one question for you about sample size. Did you have some calculation for sample size in this study? Because you didn't mention on the abstract, nor in your presentation. So I'm curious to know.
Can I answer in Portuguese?
Yes, you can answer in Portuguese.
Okay.
Did you understand the question? Eu quero saber qual é, se você fez um cálculo amostral. Porque você não comenta sobre a amostra, nem no resumo e nem na sua apresentação, você comentou qual será a amostra. Entendeu?
Então, na apresentação eu falei um pouco por cima, que a nossa amostra será composta de pacientes que participaram de um estudo prévio do nosso grupo de estudo, né? São aqueles pacientes que nós avaliamos durante a infecção pelo COVID, né? Quando eles estavam ainda internados, tanto em enfermarias quanto nas UTIs. Então, os pacientes, nós vamos fazer uma rechamada desse grupo. Nós não fizemos o cálculo da amostra, mas o que a gente tem de amostra do estudo anterior são 277 pacientes. Então, nós iremos entrar em contato com todos. No entanto, nós sabemos que não vai ser esse número total em decorrência das mortes que tiveram, e também muitas pessoas se recusam a participar devido a algumas questões, como distância, ou não estão querendo, muitas delas não querem falar mais dessa doença, não querem ser mais investigadas sobre isso. Então, a amostra será desse grupo.
Parabéns. Deixa o professor Daniel falar. Se sobrar tempo, eu ainda tenho mais uma perguntinha para você, bem pequenininha.
Suzane, parabéns pela sua apresentação. Vou falar em português, que você pediu. Parabéns pela apresentação, pelo projeto, como a professora Maria falou, é um projeto muito bacana para o nível de mestrado, então realmente fico orgulhosa aí de poder conduzir esse projeto, que é um projeto bem interessante. Eu tenho uma dúvida em relação ao seu grupo, se vocês vão fazer alguma separação das pessoas que foram vacinadas ou não, porque a gente sabe que existe um grupo muito grande de pessoas não vacinadas que farão parte, principalmente as que foram hospitalizadas, que é o objetivo principal seu, mas existem algumas pessoas também que podem ter tomado a vacina e estar incluídas aí de alguma forma nesse grupo de análise. Vocês fizeram essa separação ou não? Para a gente saber se tem uma influência até nessa resposta.
Inicialmente, professor, nós não fizemos, mas essa é a primeira pergunta assim, do nosso questionário. Se tomou ou não vacina, qual foi o tipo, se tomou as 2 doses e o tempo também que tomou. Então, isso não vai ser considerado como um critério de inclusão ou exclusão, né? No caso, o critério de exclusão será apenas aqueles pacientes ou que se recusarem ou que já iniciou algum tratamento odontológico após a alta hospitalar. Mas nós pretendemos fazer essa análise também, né, diante dos resultados. Por isso que a gente está coletando esses dados.
Ok, parabéns. Volta a palavra, professora Maria.
Suzane, a minha preocupação é um aspecto ético. Vocês vão acompanhar esses pacientes por 1 ano, né, com 3 meses, 6 meses e 1 ano. Aí, com 3 meses, vocês vão observar que a higiene oral dele não está muito boa, certo?
Certo.
E aí, alguma intervenção vai ser feita de conscientização, de orientação de higiene oral, ou vocês vão deixar esse paciente livre para avaliar daqui 6 meses e 1 ano?
Professora, na verdade, esses tempos de 3, 6 e 12, não é que nós vamos avaliar um paciente nesses 3 meses. Isso aqui é em decorrência da alta. Então, como nós iniciamos esse estudo anterior em agosto do ano passado, e agora eu estou começando o mestrado, então terá pacientes que eu vou avaliar após 12 meses de alta hospitalar. Então, vão ter esses 3 tipos de tempo, entendeu? Que nós iremos avaliar.
Não é o mesmo paciente.
Não, mas nós iremos tratar todos eles na faculdade. Todas as condições básicas as necessidades básicas que eles tiverem serão tratados na faculdade.
Certo, ótimo. Eu acho que você não vai poder chamar de coorte, porque não é o mesmo paciente que está sendo avaliado em 3 tempos. Você tem uma avaliação que seria o ideal, né? Talvez com alguns vocês consigam isso. Mas fica aí uma discussão para vocês pensarem depois, porque para você chamar de coorte, o mesmo paciente tem que ser acompanhado, né? Não é você acompanhar um grupo com 3 meses, outro grupo com 6 e um outro grupo com 1 ano, entendeu?
É porque a ideia é a gente acompanhar esse paciente para depois avaliar em relação à qualidade de vida após o... Na verdade,
então
isso
você vai
acompanhar.
Então você vai acompanhar mesmo o paciente. Você disse que em alguns grupos você só ia fazer observação de 12 meses.
Não, nós iremos chamar depois de 12 meses da alta hospitalar, mas nós iremos acompanhar todos após as intervenções odontológicas para ver se melhorou ou não.
Entendi. Tá ok. Obrigada, Suzane. Boa sorte para você, sucesso.
Obrigada.
Parabéns.
Thank you, Suzane. So now I'll call the next presenter, o Gésio Rodrigues Silva, that will present his research project. So, Gésio, it's on you now.
Well, good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to say greetings for everyone. My name is Gésio Rodrigues Silva, and I am an undergraduate student from the Scientific Initiation Program at the Faculty of Dentistry, University of Goiás. And I will present you my research project that is about complications in overdentary mini implants. And this project, supervised by Professor Cláudio Leles, and is part of it's part of a randomized clinical trial study that has been carried out at NPPI. That is the Center of Prosthesis and Implant Research, and it is entitled Prospective Study on the Incidence of Prosthodontic Complications After Treatment with Mandibular Overdentary Retained by Foreign Mini Implants. Next slide, please. So mini implants or narrow diameter implants for overdentary applications have become popular in the last years due to their ability to be placed with simplified and less traumatic surgical protocols in alveolar regions with limited width. Mini implants can be a more viable option for very old or vulnerable patients to whom complex surgical procedures would preclude or impede treatment with implants. Next slide, please. The Straumann mini implant Optilock system is a new product launched in the market that combines the surface modification technology of the titanium zirconium alloy surface. There is a high strength yet biocompatible alternative to pure titanium, particularly for applications requiring small diameter implants, and the Optilock abutment that combines the advantages of the Novolock abutment with the minimal space requirements of the ball attachment. Next slide. And here we have some clinical photos of one of our participants that shows that in the most conservative protocol, mini implants can be inserted via flapless surgical techniques with limited postoperative pain and edema, and following an immediate loading protocol, which instantly restores aesthetic, comfort, and chewing, with significant impact on patient function and well-being nutritional consequences. Furthermore, the use of monolithic structures of one mini implants decreases the risk of contamination of the abutment implant interface and maintenance of bone level around implants in the long term. Next slide. The Optilock is a miniaturized retentive system that needs less space and combines the material's PEEK and carbon-coated surface that contribute to excellent wear resistance and long-term performance, low maintenance need, and low friction between abutment and matrix. These are desirable properties, are highly desirable properties, since one of the most common complications in overdenture treatment is the loss of retention due to the wear of the retentive mechanism of the retentive insertions and abutments. The next slide, I will show one example of complications. Next slide, please. For example, this 3-year prospective study conducted at NPPI showed that the derangement of nylon-retentive matrices and the need for matrix replacement are highly incident for mandibular overdentures retained by 1 and 2 implants. In this study that was carried out at NPPI, 28 matrix replacement was performed in a sample of 24 patients, representing an incidence density of 38.3% patient year in a 3-year follow-up. Next, please. Since the use of minimum 4 mini implants can be considered a satisfactory treatment option for rehabilitation of the edentulous mandible with a complete overdenture, there are limited available data on narrow diameter implants classified as category 1, that is implants less than 3 millimeters. It's called mini implants. So, in addition, reliable data on success rates are not available, and long-term follow-up times that is close than 1 year, and information on patient-specific risk factors and technical aspects of the treatment are still missing, especially concerning the long-term performance of the Straumann mini implant system. And therefore, the aim of this study, the objective, is to assess the incidence of prosthodontic complications and maintenance events after insertion of mandibular overdentures retained by 4 Straumann Optilock mini implants. And the initial hypothesis is that the novel Straumann Optilock mini implant system has satisfactory long-term performance with less than one event a year for maintenance need. Next slide. This is a prospective cohort alongside a randomized clinical trial. The original experimental study that we have commented before aiming to compare different surgicals and loading protocols on several variables related to implant survival, post-surgical symptoms, and patient-reported outcomes. 74 fully edentulous subjects received a set of complete dentures, followed by the insertion of 4 Straumann mini implants to retain a mandibular overdenture. Programmed recall visits for data collection will occur at the 6-week, 3, 6, and 12-month follow-up after incorporation of the implant overdenture through an intraoral pick-up procedure. Next. So the incidence of clinical complications and maintenance events will be registered throughout the complete follow-up period. The primary study outcome will be the need for matrix replacement due to loss of retention of the retentive matrices, and other mechanical prosthodontic complications associated with any damage to the abutment or retentive matrices of overdentary will be recorded, such as abutment fracture, wear, fracture, corrosion of the retention elements, need for rebase or relining of the overdentary, and fracture of the prosthesis or artificial teeth. Incidence rate is, which means the number of new cases per population at risk in a given time period, will be calculated for each clinical event, as well as the incidence density rate, that is the person-time incidence rate in a monthly interval, or the number of new cases per the sum of the person-time or of the at-risk population. The incidence density rate will be calculated because more than one event may occur for the same individual in the follow-up period, and because of the likelihood of having a different number of patients at risk throughout the follow-up period due to treatment failure, withdrawal, and loss of follow-up. Talking about statistical analysis, the Kaplan-Meier analysis and long-rank test will be used to estimate the mean time for matrice replacement, and multivariable Cox regression analysis will be performed to assess the association of independent variables, that is age, gender, and bite force. Next slide. So it is expected that this study will provide clinical data regarding the clinical performance of this novel mini implant system for retention of a mandibular overdentary, and also provide additional evidence that implants are at risk of post-delivery prosthodontic complications and may require periodical recall visits to achieve satisfactory long-term functioning and to prevent further complications. This is the summary of my research project that is being conducted as part of my scientific initiation program. And I would like to thank you all for your kind attention. I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much, Gésio. I have a question for you. Are you working on this project since the beginning? No, you just started. Please tell me, in which point did you enter to the project, please?
Yes, I've been working since the first patient call to get at the NPPI, since the first surgery. That is the range of 74 surgeries. So I've been always there.
So you have time to finish the project, or you intend to stay more to finish and to
that's
do
a
this?
Good question. A good
this
question,
following
because
for 1 year.
I will finish my undergraduate time at the end of this year, and maybe let me explain a little more. I will finish it, but I intend to continue to
As
at
a
the
master
NPPI.
student.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, please. Very
it's a
nice.
nice project that
Very
I'm
nice.
working on, and I really intend to continue on it.
Very nice work. I really don't have questions or doubts about the project itself for you. So congratulations for you and your team. Very nice work.
Thank you.
And I can see you are very involved, and this is very nice to see. Congratulations.
It's very kind of you to say so. Thanks.
Yes, it's great to see an undergraduate student committed like you. So congrats for that. It's a big challenge for you, I'm sure, to be here presenting your research project, and it's very nice to see. So we are happy with that. We're proud that you are our student at UFG, and I just want to congratulate you for your project, for your presentation, and be like that, stay like that, committed to research, to looking for new perspectives, and this is very nice to see. Congrats.
Thank you. It's good to hear that from you, Professor. I'm really glad about that.
Okay.
Now we are going to finish this section with Nara Almeida Assunção. Welcome, Nara.
Can I start now?
Hi, Nara. So you can start your presentation.
Okay, thanks. So good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure to present my project of research here for you guys. I'm Nara, and today I'm going to present for you the work that is entitled by changes in the marginal bone level of dental implants with hydrophilic or hydrophobic surfaces placed in posterior single tooth gaps, 1-year randomized clinical trial. So by introduction, the dental implant treatment, it is an option to replace the missing teeth, and it's considered as a gold standard in these days by the literature. And we have that the implant surface, it has influence in the biological process of osseointegration. And I'm saying about cells, and I'm saying osteoblastic and osteoclastic actions. And in this project, we have two different surfaces that will be hydrophobic and hydrophilic. And by these surfaces, we aim to compare the marginal bone level of dental implants with these two different surfaces, placed in posterior single tooth gaps and assessed for a 12-month follow-up period. So the participant selection will be following inclusion criteria, which is our target population will be adults with untreated posterior single edentulous spaces in mandible or end maxilla. After, we're going to do the meniscus and the request of a panoramic radiograph. And if the participant doesn't have minimum bone height or it's a present surgical contraindication, I mean by a local and systemic one, it will be continue in our sample. So after the data collection and the request of the CBCT, that is computed, cone beam computed tomography, we'll do the excluded if she doesn't have a minimum bone height and thickness, which is 3.75 and 8 millimeters. So we're going to do the request of laboratory tests and intraoral scanning. And by the results of the images and tomography and the scan, we'll plan the confection of the surgical guide and the surgery for implant placement. So here, we're going to do the randomization with a sample of 44 participants, and we're going to divide them in two groups, which will be control and test group. And each one will receive a different kind of implant surface, which will be hydrophobic and hydrophilic, respectively. So the protocol that we adopted in this research will be implant placement surgery, will be antibiotic prophylaxis with amoxicillin or clindamycin. It depends on the participant. Extraoral and intraoral asepsis with chlorhexidine. The anesthesia with epinephrine and lidocaine. Incision in mucoperiosteal flap. The measurement of the gum thickness. The positioning of the guide, the surgical guide, the bone preparation by drilling, the bone with different drills, the length conference, and the vertical drilling. So the implant will be placement by the planning that we had do before, and the final torque will be done and after the measure of the implant stability quotient. So this is not a part that we usually do in all the implant placement surgery, but it is a option here because of the part of the project that it's bigger than mine. So we're gonna insert the healing cap and after orientate the participants about the post-operative recommendations. So the methods about follow-up we do in the two groups, we have different times, and the 45 days after the implant placement, we're gonna install the provisional prosthesis in the ACA group, that is the test group, in 45 days, and the control group would be 90 days after the implant placement. So the periapical radiograph will be taken in different times. And the first one will be 50 days after the surgery. And after we're gonna assess these participants with 50 days post-installation of definitive prosthesis, 6 months and 12 months, which we'll be comparing after with the software. So the changes in marginal bone will be measured by different ways. And the first step, we're gonna have to take the periapical radiographs using the parallelism technique and customize a sensor holding, which has a transfer attached to a positioner. And this transfer will be adapted to an implant platform. As a device, we're gonna use a cavo focus intraoral X-ray, and the parameters that will be followed will be 70 kVp, 7 and 0.5 time of exposure. To the selection of the image, it has to follow some parameters, and we had to be able to see at least 3 threads of the implant in both sides. And we can't have major distortions and overlapping of bone structures in the area near the threads. So by the measurements, we're gonna define the bone level as the distance between the implant platform and the first bone implant contact. And we're gonna perform this evaluation by the ImageJ software, and the platform diameter will be adopted for image calibration. And as a result, any variation that we have will be defined as marginal bone alteration. So here I'm gonna show an example of this measurement that will be done. And the first one, we're gonna do a central line in all the body of the implant, in the axle of the implant. Then we're gonna do a line in the implant platform, and then a parallel line to a central line to connecting the platform implant to a first bone contact in both sides. So here in the right image, we have a post-op of 50 days after installation of definitive prosthesis, and we're gonna follow the same protocol that I explained before. So my project is a small part of a bigger one, and we're gonna quantify the implant health and quality. And as my part, I'm gonna do the radiograph bone loss, and it's important to evidentiate it that the radiograph bone loss implies in the success or in the failure of the implant. So by analysis, the descriptive analysis will be used to present the summary measures, and the comparison between groups will be done by bivariate tests, which means that all statistical analysis will be performed by the software IBM SPSS 24.0. So as concluding, the primary stability is related to a bone quality, surgical technique, and implant geometry. But we had in literature, it is low literature. We don't have enough significantly literature saying about it. But the secondary stability is related to the bone remodeling, the implant material, and the implant surface, which means it is really important for our project. The tertiary stability, it is related to the force biomechanics, the thread geometry, and the prosthetic components. And I'm saying here about long-term life and the life of the implant. So we have associating of this stability. I'm assuming this because there's no scientific literature enough to affirm this, but I'm assuming that is the both type of stability that we had apply in our research. So as results, after 12 months, we expect that changes in marginal bone level of implants with these two surfaces that I said, hydrophilic and hydrophobic, will be similar between itself, and no statistically significant differences will be observed. This is my references. I'm here if you want to ask me something. I want to thank my orientator, Rodio Lelis, Túlio, Paula, Ana Carolina, and my undergraduate student that helped me in this presentation, Eunice. So I want to thank you all and for your attention too.
Thank you very much, Nara. Please, Daniel.
No, you can go. Sorry.
Nara, congratulations. Very nice presentation. You speak very nicely and very educative, and very nice to see your presentation. So congratulations. I have one a doubt. Right? How are you going to do really parallelism technique, or this is not very parallelism? Do you know the difference? Because we have a different X-ray device for parallelism, which is not very well known.
You mean by the technique and the time of doing the radiograph?
No, I mean the device. Is really parallelism or is bisector angle?
No, it is parallelism. This type of device by cable, it is parallelism.
That one, that long one?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a suggestion for you, because you didn't say if you are going to make the first and the last X-ray in the same way. You said the same technical parameters, but you didn't say how can you register the exact position of the teeth, the film, and the device, the X-ray device. Are you going to use something like a bite mark or something individual for each patient?
There is a transfer that is attached to a positioner, and we're gonna adapt that to an implant platform.
So you use the same one for the same patient for each X-ray X-ray technique.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is great. I think this is the only thing that highlight for me. So thank you very much, Nara.
Thank you.
Nara, it was a very nice presentation. Congratulations. As Professor Maria said, you have a great English skills and a very nice presentation. So it was very, very easy to follow it. So you present us an interesting project, and I'm sure it will contribute a lot for the literature and the scientific knowledge. But I want to ask you just one thing. You said that it's a major, it's a huge project, and it's a part of this project. And what is your role in this project? Or are you conducting the surgeries? Are you projecting or projecting the guides, or you just follow the image? What is your position and your role in this project?
In the daily routine, we do a little of everything, but the surgery will be performed by only a surgeon, and that's pattern in every movement that we're gonna do with each participant. And I'm doing the pre-op, like Menezes, request of panoramic radiograph, the prophylaxis between the surgery and the preparation of this participant for the surgery. And about my participation after the surgery, I'm gonna do the radiographs, and in the days that I'm here at the university, and the measurements too with another colleague.
Okay, perfect. Congratulations again. Very nice project, and see you soon. Now we are ending our session, but we will make a break before the next one. So it's around 4. We will have half an hour of a break, and we will start the next session exactly at 4:30. So thank you everyone for your audience, and thank you, Professor Maria Alves, for this partnership.
Thank you to Professor Daniel and very nice to participate in this section. Congratulations to all of you, and thank you very much for your attention.
Bye. See you guys.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm appearing in your screen, right?
Everything is good.
Okay. So we are now opening the session for oral presentations, research with results. And me and Professor Karina Evangelista, I'm Professor Pedro Paulo Chaves de Souza. We will be the moderators for this session. I wish all the participants a good presentation. And each of you will have 10 minutes for presenting your study, followed by 5 minutes of questions and answers from me and from Professor Karina Evangelista. If anyone from the audience wants to make questions, you are also free to put in the chat or comment or say congratulations to your colleagues. So let's participate and make this more interactive, okay? So now I will open for the first presenter, Amanda Alves de Oliveira. She will present the results from her study. Welcome, Amanda. Good luck.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Amanda. I am a PhD student, and I will present my research entitled The Effect of Feeding Technique on the Casper strain Polymerization Shrinkage Stress, Animal Crack Formation, and Dip of Crude. Next. Resin composites are used due to their favorable physical and mechanical properties. Although the clinical success rate in posterior restoration is high, the polymerization of resin composite is inherently accompanied by shrinkage. This inevitable shrinkage has the origin in the polymerization reaction, and the level of shrinkage depends on factors such as filling technique, filler content, elastic modulus, post-gel shrinkage, size and geometry of cavity, current method, and the shrinkage stress have been associated with clinical issues such as interface rupture, secondary caries, enamel cracks, postoperative sensitivity, and gaps. Next. A lot of change has been proposed for decrease the residual stress, like change in composition, like Brookfield composite having their composition big monomers, more translucency, and alternative initiators. Another change is the filling technique. Various filling techniques has been proposed through the years to limit the level of shrinkage stress. So it is unclear which restoration filling technique is more effective in reducing residual shrinkage stress, ion maintain acceptable curing. So the aim of this study was to evaluate the effect of the different restorative filling technique on the residual shrinkage stress, Casper strain, tip of cure, and enamel crack formation in molars with NOD restorations. Next. We just use one resin composite, FieldTech 1 Brookfield, was chosen for the experimental text. Here we have the data collected from the manufacturer, and all the next text was did in UFG. The post-gel shrinkage was determined using the strain gauge method with a biaxial strain gauge. The elastic modulus was determined with 5 loop indentations made in each specimen, and the smaller and bigger diagonal was used to obtain the values. The compressive and diametric tensile strains was made in instrument machine, and the values obtained was put in the furnace. 60 extracted intact human mandibular molars were used. The teeth had the size standardized and cleaned and imbibed in an epoxy resin. Class 2 cavities were prepared in a preparation standardization device, and the teeth were etched with 35% phosphoric acid, and an adhesive was applied and cured for 20 seconds. Next, please. The teeth were randomly divided in 4 groups: Brookfield technique, horizontal incremental technique, oblique incremental technique, natural enamel and dentin substitution needs, and the Casper strain was measured with uniaxial strain gauges. The strain gauges were connected to the data acquisition device, and each composite increment was light activated for 20 seconds.
The specimens were evaluated with translamination at 3 different states: before preparation, after preparation, and 24 after restoration. And the cracks was categorized in size, orientation, and localization. 5 historic teeth from each group was used to analyze noob hardness. Each historic tooth was sectioned into halves, and Watch did 4 indentations for each region and each cavity deep. Next. Please, next slide. The finite element analysis, FIA, was did with a 3-dimensional molar model created using a BioCAD modeling protocol. The models was exported as a step file to a preprocessing program, pattern, for the creating the mesh. The mesh of each structure was exported to another program, the name MARC. The residual shrinkage stress were evaluated by modified von Mises. A custom-made subroutine collect the strain and displacements. In the first table, we have the results of resin characterization used in FIA analysis. All material responses were considered linear elastic and isotropic, and all interfaces between materials was bounded. In the second table, we have the cusp strain values that was higher for the horizontal technique, and the cusp strain values was lower in the book, which were statistically similar with oblique filling technique. Next. The first graphs, the cusp strain shows similar strain development in strain gauge measurements and 3D FIA analysis. The horizontal technique had the highest values of cusp deformation in both analyses, and the lingual cusp had higher values than buccal cusp for all techniques. The time to reach the peak of the cusp strain values were shortest for the book technique. The second picture, the stress were visualized using a linear color scale, where the low stress values are blue and the highest values is yellow. The picture shows the stress distribution in 5 sections, and horizontal techniques show the highest stress in tooth and composite interface compared with the other techniques. This graph shows tooth composite interfacial stress. Knees and book exhibit low interfacial stress values and high enamel stress in horizontal and oblique. High stress values can be observed for horizontal technique concentrated at the cervical area, and low stress values were observed for book technique. This last one image shows lowest cusp displacement for book technique and high values displacement for horizontal technique. Next. The restorative filling technique evaluated affect the results of cusp strain, shrinkage stress, depth of cure, and enamel crack formation. Although you use the same restorative material, we standardized cavities for same format and size tooth, it is difficult to evaluate just the filling technique due to the natural variations. In this study was possible the validation of 3D FIA and cusp strain experimental analysis during the similar response. Horizontal technique had highest values of strain and stress due to the union of opposite wall, and book had the lower values of strain and stress because just one large increment was used. Lingual cusp had the higher cusp strain values and stress because this cusp present less remain structure. Residual stress in a humid environment has been shown to be relieved by hygroscopic expansion over a period of weeks, but functional occlusal loading endures and continues to challenge an interfacial bond for the lifetime. Next, please. Enamel cracks had more incidence of teeth of cracks in book technique. The time to reach the peak of the cusp strain values were shortened. It can be an explanation. Another explanation is because in this group didn't have proximal walls to establish the cusps. Needs showed the lower incidence because was just few increments. Lingual cusps show more cracks because are thinner than buccal cusps. Book technique have more cracks in buccal cusp than the other techniques. For lingual cusp, horizontal shows more cracks. Most of the cracks for horizontal and mix filling technique were horizontal, due to connecting opposite walls. And for book, oblique, and mix filling techniques, the enamel cracks occurred mainly in the cervical. At this point of the clinical incidence, the shrinkage induced the enamel cracks is unclear because many authors don't associate these factors, cracks and shrinkage. The noob hardness values are lower at 4 mm deep and higher at 1 mm deep. Book technique exhibits the lowest value of noob hardness because receive less energy, but shows the less values of strain and stress, and decrease the turn time in clinical procedure. Book technique, incremental technique, have the advantage of the better depth of curve and higher fracture resistance, but show more strain and stress values. Needs shows a good option to decrease the time chair if acceptable depth of curve and stress and strain values. Our conclusion, filling technique, can you, next, yes, thank you. Filling technique influenced the cuspal strain, shrinkage stress, polymerization and enamel crack formation and depth of curve. The horizontal filling technique resulted in the higher cuspal strain and shrinkage stress. The lingual cusp had higher cusp strain than buccal cusp for the horizontal and leads technique. And incremental techniques increase the depth of curve. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Amanda, for the very nice presentation. You have very beautiful slides. I welcome the audience to make questions. I think I will start with one question here. It's regarding, I didn't connect the cuspal shrink with the enamel crack. Like the book technique had the lowest values for shrink, cuspal shrink, but the highest values for enamel crack. Would you expect that, or would you expect like the higher is the cuspal shrink, the higher is the enamel crack appearance, frequency? And also the other question is regarding the tooth, because you have in vitro, is the tooth dry, or do you have it hydrated when you do the restoration? Because like if the dentine has no water in it, it may affect the forces or not.
Yes, have a lot of factors we need to take care. All the tooth was hydrated, not immersed in water, but in a humid environment in all study. And the first question, we didn't expect book was created more cracks. We expected horizontal or oblique technique created more cracks, but we try to have two explanations. One is because the peak of the shrinkage was faster in book technique than the other techniques. And another explanation is because the other techniques recreated proximal walls to establish the cusp. But have a lot of student authors who don't associate these two factors, shrinkage and cracks.
Okay. And regarding the clinical relevance of your findings, do you think like you could indicate the book technique would happen also in the clinics, the enamel cracks using the book technique? Is there any clinical study on that, or are you planning to do something on that?
Have a lot of clinical studies who preconize the use of book because you will reduce the chair time, reduce the shrinkage, the stress, But in this study, I continue using oblique technique because I have more deep of cure. I have cure, and I know the stress I can be relieved by expansion, hygroscopic expansion.
Okay. Professora Karine, if you want to ask me.
Hi, Amanda. Congratulations for your study. I have just one simple question about your methodological steps. Did you check about the sample size, because you have some groups, if the sample size was sufficient for the power, for the statistically significance?
No, unfortunately we didn't this, but in all literatures that study this kind of things, we use the same number of n, 10. Just in deep of curious 5. Only this.
And if you want to proceed in another study, in another clinical study, using your results, did you think about which technique you can modify or not, or you do the same in a clinical study?
In a clinical study, I believe we add one more technique, is book, but with 2 walls, proximal walls, to have better results of deep of curve.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Congratulations again. Now we go for...
Oh, okay. Okay, Professor Preda, you can invite the next presenter.
Yeah. Okay. Now we go for the next presenter, that is Thalita Maria Cabral Oliveira.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to project the slides. Just a few minutes. Everyone can see? So my name is Thalita. I'm a master's student. My advisor is Professor Claudio Lelis, and my co-advisor is Professor Morales Neveson. My research, I'm going to present my research, the Prosthesis Presentation Test, PPT, evaluation of a new test for cognitive impairment screening in geriatric patients using complete dentures. So the Prosthesis Presentation Test, the PPT, is a new test designed to discriminate the individual's ability to position their dentary autonomously and the possible correlations of this test with tools used to detect declining health. The aim of this study is to explore the properties of the new test by correlating with tests known in the literature. We have a question to do this research, and the question is, could the response pattern observed empirically in dental patients when receiving their prosthesis in a conventional way predict declines in their cognitive function? So we do this cross-section study to try to answer this question. So we have 4 configurations to present the denture, the modification presentation of the denture. Figure A here represents the presentation of maxillary dentary, only inverted in horizontal axis in the clinician's view. In the figure B, represents the maxillary dentary, inverted on the horizontal axis and in relation to the insertion placement. Figure C represents the mandibular dentary, inverted in the horizontal axis, and figure D represents the mandibular denture inverted on the horizontal axis and in relation to the insertion placement. We present the modification of prosthesis in 4 times in clinical routine. So we do 2 presentations in the beginning of the clinical routine, and at the final, we present 2 more times. These configurations are randomized to present for the patient. So now I present the patterns observed individual ability to deposition their dentary. So we have 4 patterns. The first pattern is immediately identify and correctly insert the dentary. Identifies. The second is identifies, but with delay, 5 seconds, and correctly inserts the dentary. The next pattern is the dentary is incorrectly taken to the mouth, but independently correct later. And the 40 is dentary was inserted incorrectly and not corrected. And we observed a different pattern when we plus with the firsts. Sometimes the patient taking the dentary incorrect chart. So we evaluate the first pattern about the position and the second pattern about the arch to the respective dentary. We filmed these patients to evaluate in another time after the clinical routine. So the clinical research was performed in 90 patients. The patients answered the questionnaires about socio-demographic data and questionnaires about the degree of independence and cognitive function, and submitted to the PPT. We have the predictors like socio-demographic characteristics, age, gender, and education, and the degree of independence. We collect this degree of independence with some instruments like ADL, is an instrument to measure the activities of daily living of this patient, and instrumental activities of daily living of this patient, and correlation cognitive function was measured by MMSC, was the mini mental state, and the mini cog. For determinant variables, we have the prosthesis presentation test. Now I present some results of this clinical research. The sample consists of 63.3% females and 36.7 males. The mean age was 66.7 years. Standard deviation is equal 8.1. Regarding the assessment of cognition by the mini-cog, it's identified 58.9% participants with negative assessment. For evaluation in relation to MMSA, 76.7% present mild impairment and 23.3% present moderate impairment and none present severe impairment. The activities of daily living showed that 64.4% of sample is independent compared to instrumental activities of daily living. 41.1% of the sample is independent. And the difference of these 2 questionnaires is because when the ADL, the activities of daily living, it's about activities commons in the life, like wake up or have on purpose alimentation, and instrumental activities of daily living, like take a phone, take medications. Now I present the results of the Spearman correlation. The Spearman's correlation coefficients showed that mini-cog and mini-mental state and instrumental activity of daily living were correlated with age. So you can see here, age is correlated, have strong correlation with a lot of instruments, like I said, the mini-mental, mini-cog, and activities of daily living. There are also a strong correlation between age and the PPT in both position prostheses. So we have two different evaluations of the PPT, and age was correlated about the position of the prosthesis when the patient taken to the mouth, and about the arch. And we have strong correlation in instrumental activities of daily living too, with the position related to the PPT. The generalized linear model showed that the increase in PPT scores was associated with increasing age in both models. A reduction in the chance of the best PPT score was inversely associated with the number of tests performed. So when the patient was submitted to the PPT, we do 4 tests, 4 presentations for different presentations, and the patient have less wrong to a number of the tests performed. So conclusion, we have association of PPT with age and instrumental activity of daily living score. The increase of PPT scores was associated with increase in age, and the PPT is a test is easy to perform and applicable in clinical routine. Now I'm open for the considerations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thalita, for the very nice presentation. Professor Karina will start with the questions.
Congratulations, Thalita.
Thank you.
Your presentation was very nice. You have an interesting study, and I'm not so familiar with denture, and I'm orthodontist, but I was thinking about your results. And about, based on your results, what do you think is better for older patients in terms of denture and adaptation? And can you explore your results in this discussion?
Yeah, I think the PPT is a good test for screening the cognition. So when you see some different pattern of response, we can work with another professionals to para levar esse paciente a seguir um caminho, às vezes, para um neurologista, talvez um geriatra, para a gente entender se esse padrão de resposta, esse padrão inadequado, às vezes que a prótese, quando a gente tem um paciente que usa uma prótese, geralmente esses pacientes ele tem uma idade avançada. E tem alguns estudos que mostram que esses pacientes, eles têm dificuldades em uso de próteses em geral, não só prótese total, né? Prótese auricular, prótese motora. Então, a gente percebeu que esse fato dele ter uma ação diferente poderia indicar algum problema cognitivo a se desenvolver. Então, a gente poderia levar esse paciente para um acompanhamento e talvez fazer com que esse paciente não desenvolva uma demência, né, um Alzheimer, através de compreender isso quanto antes, de perceber isso quanto antes.
So did you have a link with the low cognitive of the older patients with the use of the prosthesis? And do you think about how to indicate another type of prosthesis or not?
I don't know if it's a good indication because the age of the patient, you need to observe the way that patient lived, because if he is dependent of any person, who is gonna to clean this denture, clean this implant if you do the implant? So I don't think it's for this patient. We planned to put implants or do a different processes.
Okay, thank you for your answers.
Okay, thank you. We have time for one more question, organizing committee, or a bit late? I have one question is about the time that the patient uses the prosthesis. Does it influence the capacity to?
No, in this tourism, I don't put the time, but we collect it. We collect the time of a dentalist and the time of the use of dentary in the time, you know, when we do the PPT. And no, doesn't have correlation. No.
Okay.
The correlation is about the age primarily, because when the patient is more older, it's more easy to have problems with cognition and problems with independence in the activities of daily living.
Okay. Thank you very much, Thalita. Congratulations for your study.
Thank you, everyone.
To the group. And now we will go for the next presenter, that is Ana Carolina Serafim Vilela. Welcome, Ana Carolina.
Thank you.
And good luck with your presentation.
Hi, my name is Ana Carolina, and I am a PhD student from Universidade Federal de Goiás. In this oral presentation, I'm going to talk about our final results from original research titled Validity and Reliability of Immunochromatographic IgM and IgG rapid tests for COVID-19 salivary diagnosis. Our group is composed of me, Camila, Suzane, Dr. Claudio, and Dr. Nadia. And this study was approved by the ethical committee of our university. The next, please. We know that RT-PCR is the most widely used technique for diagnosing COVID-19. They treat high sensitivity and specificity, especially in cases of acute infection. However, RT-PCR tests can be labor-intensive, requiring specialized equipment and a centralized laboratory, which increase the wait time for the results and the cost. So, in this way, rapid immunochromatographic tests present as a complementary diagnostic method, help to identify infected patients. These tests can detect IgM and IgG to severe acute to SARS-CoV-2 in patients with current or past infection. We know salivary glands are among the first organs in the body to be infected by SARS-CoV-2, and their local immune system can produce IgA, IgM, and IgG in oral fluids. So, because rapid tests are easy to perform, less costly, have better tolerability, and pose less risk to health professionals, our hypothesis is that saliva could be an alternative to whole blood and serum samples to detect IgG and IgM antibodies against SARS-CoV-2 virus. So, we aim to measure the accuracy of 3 immunochromatographic rapid tests for salivary detection of IgM and IgG antibodies against SARS-CoV-2 antigens and the reliability of these tests comparing saliva with plasma samples. Next, please. So, this studies was conducted in Goiânia in the Hospital of Universidade Federal de Goiás. So we selected 3 immunochromatographic rapid tests approved by Anvisa. Are they Lecurate, WAMA, and VivaDiag? So according to some study, the estimated time for seroconversion for SARS-CoV-2 infection is 15 days. So our decision was to wait at least 15 days after RT-PCR result to carry out the rapid tests. A convenience sample of 82 participants was enrolled, including 62 subjects with infection confirmed by RT-PCR, 20 with asymptomatic or mild disease, 20 with moderate disease, and 20 with severe or critical disease. So none of these patients have been vaccinated, and all infected patients experienced their first infection by SARS-CoV-2 and were classified according to COVID-19 severity, published in COVID-19 Guidance of World Health Organization. A nasopharyngeal swab was collected for RT-PCR test. The saliva collection was performed using salivette, which has a cotton that we put on the floor of the participant's mouth. The peripheral blood was collected and harvested with EDTA anticoagulant. The blood and saliva sample were centrifuged. So the sample volume adopted for serum was 10 microliters, as recommended by the manufacturers. For saliva, a volume of 20 microliters was used. Each test can give a result for IgG and IgM alone or in combination. Positive results were considered with only IgG, only IgM, or both, considering the entire evaluation period. Next, please. Here I'm going to present our results. In this table, we can see the frequency of positive tests according to the level of symptoms. The rates of positive tests were similar for the 3 kits of rapid tests, T1, T2, and T3, using plasma or saliva samples, with p-value higher than 0.05. Furthermore, the increase of antibody detection rate was directly proportional to the severity of COVID-19 symptoms, with significant difference found for the 3 kits of rapid tests and fluid samples. So, in severe and critical symptoms, the frequency of positive tests was higher than in moderate, which was higher than in asymptomatic and mild symptoms. Next, please. In this other table, we contrast the results of rapid tests with RT-PCR. High specificity values were observed for the kits of rapid test, all of them. The sensitivity ranged from 67.7% in T1 for saliva to 83.9% in T2 and T3 for plasma. Lower sensitivity values were observed for saliva than plasma tests. So, rapid tests were excellent for the prediction of the disease in positive tests. We can see these with the positive predictive value higher than 97.8%. But these rapid tests have poor prediction of control cases in negative tests. Our negative predictive value was lower than 66.7%. The negative likelihood ratios ranged from 0.32 to 0.16, which means a 68% to 84% decrease in the odds of having the antibodies detected in a patient with a negative test result. Finally, the overall accuracy of the rapid tests ranged from 75.6% to 87.8%, with a confidence interval of 95%. Next, please. In this last table, we present a regression model that describes the effect of clinical variables and rapid test feature for the likelihood of a positive rapid test result in the study sample. Multivariate analysis showed that the chance of a positive test increased for plasma than saliva, with odds ratio 2.27 for blood. And moderate symptoms with odds ratio 4.63 and severe and critical symptoms with odds ratio 10.3. So there were no effects of the type of the rapid test or time elapsed from the symptoms onset. Next, please. And with this study, we conclude that although rapid immunochromatographic tests are more accurate using plasma than saliva, which was expected considering its original use, our findings support the use of saliva as a straightforward supplementary method to assess seroconversion in patients with COVID-19, with important sensitivity and sensibility, especially in severe and critical cases. And we have published this article this week in Auto Disease. And next, please. And I would like to thank you, my team. They faced so much for this, and I am really grateful to be part of it. Thank you.
Congratulations, Ana Carolina, for the very nice work and for the very good presentation. I will start with the questions now. One question is about the examiner, because the rapid tests, they are based on visual evaluation of the test. So you decide if it's yes or no based on and I wonder if how many people analyze.
I couldn't listen.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So I wonder if how many examiners were looking, and if you made some more than one examiner analyze the results, and if you made any tests to look at the inter-examiner reliability.
Yes, 2 independent examiners were calibrated before, and we have done some tests during all these 18 months of our study, and they were calibrated before, and they evaluate each test in different times, and the third examiner join the information.
Yes. And I have 2 technical questions. One is because the RT-PCR looks for the RNA from the virus, so in the active disease, and then you wait for 15 days to look at the rapid tests. Did you have any gold standard also for the antibodies? Because did you have any gold standard for the antibodies to compare the results from the rapid tests with the gold standard for the antibodies?
This is one of the limitations of our study. We didn't compare with any gold standard. Our reference was RT-PCR, but we suggested the use of CLIA or ELISA to correlate the results, but we haven't done this.
Okay. And the last question is, did you look at the CT values for the PCR besides the symptoms, the clinical symptoms? Did you look at the CT values and try to make a correlation with the appearance of the seroconversion of the patients?
CT values?
Yeah, the value, like in the PCR, you have a value that tells you more or less if there is a high virus load or a low virus load.
Oh, no, we didn't see it. The RT-PCR was done in the laboratory Institute of Tropical Pathology of our university. And after this test, we invited the patients to participate to our study, but I didn't see the CT.
Thanks, Ana Carolina.
So, congrats. And simple, what was your station? Did you hear?
No, very bad.
Let me hear from. was your Menezes study?
Yeah. Karina, if you don't mind, due to the time, I don't know if you want to type your question, I can ask, or
did you hear me now?
Or we could go on with the next presentation. Ana Paula, the committee is having that question. So the next presentation, and we wait another question for Karina. So thanks, Karina, for your presentation. And we go now for the next presenter, who is, let me check here in the list. Now we will go with Ana Carolina, but Ana Carolina Elias Hanna.
Good afternoon. It's with a great honor that I present today at the first UFG International Meeting on Dental Research the results obtained after 3 years of my scientific initiation. Our team, consisting of me, Chiesi, Camila Alves Costa, Ricardo Natan, Professor Virgílio Moreira, and coordinated by Nadia do Lago Costa, developed the work entitled Effects of Narguilé Use in Oral Cavity. Next, please. Literature describes the ancient nargil, a coconut that grew in India, used for over 5 centuries, which was often used to smoke cannabis oil. After discovering these hallucinogenic effects, hookah smoking, despite being a habit considered characteristic of Middle Eastern countries, is present worldwide. Contrary to decrease in smoking at global level, this form of tobacco has been widely used mainly by the young public in bars, specialized and coffees. Next, please. This type of smoking involves a complex structure that, despite following a pattern of assembly, undergoes several changes. The mechanisms of smoking involve a jug of water, the body of the hookah, a dish, the bowl where the essence is housed, and under which the charcoal hides, the entire structure. One of the great difficulties related to habit is the fact that all items are found on the market in different sizes, models, materials, and brands, making standardization of research very difficult. The complexity of structure warrants the feeling, as some articles mention, that smoking the hookah goes far beyond smoking itself. It's a relaxing and pleasurable routine with is most often shared and in socialization environments. Next, please. Its fast dissemination involves several factors. It favors moment to socialization with live music and alcoholic beverages environments. Its users most believe that is a habit not as harmful as other forms of tobacco, guaranteed relativity sheep programming for the public, in addition to draw attention and arouse curiosity to the variety of essence can be used. Next, please. In order to assess changes related to the oral mucosa and periodontal tissue of chronic hookah users, consider those who use at least 3 times a week for a year, or team selected 40 users and compared with 40 healthy individuals. For the hookah group, you assessed the degree of dependencies, applying the adapted facts from testing addiction to characteristics of consumption. how was the use, when was the first use, monthly amount spent on habit. Both groups responded about sociodemographic and socioeconomic characteristics. Skilled evaluators performed a tract examination of the oral cavity and periodontal tissue. All data were tabulated. Please, next. Reactional lesions were found in both groups. However, potential malignant disorders were identified only in hookah groups. 2 lesions. Please. Next. We noticed that most users had a low or very low degree of hookah dependence. We concluded, like other studies that evaluated demographic and socioeconomic characteristics, that the profile of hookah user is mostly male with high education and high family income. The age of subjects ranged from 18 to 53 years old. Average time of use 6.8 years. Average monthly expenditure of 200 reais. 80% used concomitant alcoholic beverages, and 100 of uses reported shared use. Can pass, please. One of the great results of our research is related to periodontal loss of these chronic users. We identify a much higher percentage of periodontitis in users when compared to healthy group. And we also found a direct association between the first-round test and periodontal loss. Next, please. With this study, several questions were raised, giving rise to the need for the team to continue the research. This is subject with few results in literature, but due to the number of followers, it's of great importance that research in this area advances. Clarifying the mechanisms by which the habit harms its user health is very important. It is necessary to make the user aware of the harm and the health professional so that they are always aware to the patient profile and keep in mind the susceptibility of diseases they are exposed to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ana Carolina. Now, Professor Karine will try to start.
Okay, nice study, Ana Carolina. Congratulations for your presentation. I'd like to know if you have a secondary outcomes about another type of addiction or drugs or cigarettes with those samples.
Durante a pesquisa, todos os pacientes responderam aos questionários sociodemográficos e socioeconômicos. Nós avaliamos o uso de todas as drogas, anotamos todas e a maioria fazia uso, sim, ou de maconha, ou de Viper. Então, é uma das limitações do estudo. E álcool também. Foi isso que a senhora perguntou?
Yes, I'm satisfied with your answer. You can continue, Professor Pedro.
Okay. Congratulations, Ana Carolina, again for the presentation. I would like to know if there was, if the examiner who made the periodontal analysis and the oral analysis, if he was blind to the use of the nargile or no? Like, was the examiner blind to the use?
Não entendi, examiner blind.
Se a pessoa que fez a análise, que examinou os pacientes, se ela era cega para o uso do narguilé?
Não. Foi realizado o exame do periodontal por profissionais da área da periodontia. Mas
ele sabia que usava.
Sabiam. Quem era o controle e quem era o grupo narguilé. Sabiam os dois.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's my question. Thank you very much, Ana Carolina. And we go now for the next presenter, who is Pedro Henrique José Oliveira. Pedro Henrique, welcome.
Can you see my screen? Well, I think
He was my
can.
student at Araraquara.
Yes, there was. Are you able to see my screen? Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, to the organizers, participating researchers, and judging panel, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pedro Henrique José de Oliveira. I'm a master's student at São Paulo State University, School of Dentistry of Araraquara. And I'd like to say that's an honor for me to be participating of the first UFG International Meeting on Dental Research. Yesterday, we had amazing researchers speaking about their knowledge and sharing with us their knowledge about artificial intelligence, including my advisor, Professor Jonas Bianchi. And today, I'll bring back the AI discussion by talking to you why orthodontics should use more AI, and to talk about my research that's the artificial intelligence as an additional tool in the orthodontic surgery versus conventional orthodontics decision-making process. So first of all, we'll take a look at the point of view of the orthodontist. When we talk about a orthodontic treatment for an adult patient, we have two major groups that are the conventional orthodontics or orthodontics associated with orthognathic surgery. And the second one, the orthodontics associated with orthognathic surgery, are for those patients who have major skeletal discrepancies, abnormal malocclusion, or have great static impact. But and in order to prepare properly these patients, we have to use diagnostic factors like facial, occlusal, encephalometric analysis, although sometimes those factors are not enough to define if a patient will be a surgical patient or not. And we call these borderline patients, and they are the most challenging patients for orthodontists because not only those factors will be enough, we'll have to listen to the patients and see if they have the same perception that we have, if they have a problem with self-esteem, or if they have any social problems. And most of all, the clinical experience plays an essential role in the correct diagnosis for borderline patients. So with the orthodontics advanced, we have in orthodontics all the time, we're looking for more accurate results and seeking for new techniques, exams, philosophies, aiming to improve our diagnosis, treatment planning, and the prognosis for our patients. So with all these recent advances and its inclusion for the health area, we have a lot of data, and mainly because of the large number of exams that we have. And that's where artificial intelligence takes place, mainly the machine learning models that are focused on the data and algorithms in order to train the machine and creating models to predict outcomes. So basically, you are able to feed the machine with labeled or unlabeled data and create models that have the ability to learn automatically and improve its accuracy from experience. They can imitate the way that humans actually can learn. So here's the answer for why orthodontics should use more AI because in all these papers and in our opinion too, it can help orthodontists to improve their decision-making process. You can take out the bias of your decision and use a more accurate model to help you in your decision. It won't replace the orthodontist, but it will help us to make a better decision for our patient. So we can do that by using a great amount of data, creating patterns, and predicting the outcomes for those patients. So the aim of our research is to test different machine learning models to classify if a patient needs orthodontic surgery using soft and hard tissue values obtained from lateral X-rays. So our methods, we can introduce AI in orthodontics mainly using imaging exams such as cephalometric radiographs because they are very standardized exams and have a wide range of structures, and it's possible to develop different types of clinical decision support systems that could generate large amounts of data from raw images or their variables. And at our research, we used 148 lateral X-rays from class 2 and class 3 patients that were previously treated with conventional orthodontics or orthodontics associated with orthodontic surgery. And according to the clinical decision that was made for those patients, we divided them into groups, non-surgical and surgical. And as soon as we used labeled data, it characterizes our model as a supervised machine learning model. And also, we separated our samples into groups, 80% as a training test. And in other words, it was used to input data to train the machine so it could improve the process of learning. And the other 20 was used as testing set, and as the name says, it's the percentage used to evaluate the machine learning model on various metrics like accuracy, precision, and recall. And the data is unevenly divided because it takes a higher amount of data to the machine to learn and create the model and patterns and actually train than to test our model. So we used 32 cephalometric values that I traced on Studio 3 on radio memory. And these values were obtained from cephalometrics tracing before the patient's treatment based on Steiner, Treat, and McNamara's analysis. And the data was extracted and evaluated using the algorithm J48 random forest in naive Bayes at the Weka software. So for our results, first of all, I'll explain a little bit of each algorithm. So J48 is a classification decision tree based algorithm, which means that it will identify the most significant variable, and from this variable, it will split in more nodes. That's why they call it tree. They compare that to a tree. So here you have the first node, and then you divide in sub nodes, and here you have a subtree. And with that, you can form a big tree of data. So basically, you'll be able to, you have here a series of sequential decisions that are made to reach a specific result. And like J48, random forest is also based on decision trees. However, as the name suggests, it combines out multiple randomly created trees for making decisions. So how it combines a lot of trees, they call it a forest. And the last one, unlike the other, naive Bayes is not a decision tree algorithm. it's based on the base theorem of probability by calculating the probability of a class given a set of feature values. And as a result, our research, the algorithm J48 had a precision of 0.72, the random forest 0.73, and naive Bayes 0.76, and presented a RC curve of 0.71, 0.82, and 0.76 respectively. And in conclusion, the different algorithms showed similar results for the treatment decision, and naive Bayes showed the best precision out of all. This is the preliminary results that we had for our research, with a preliminary amount of data that we collected, and further researches are needed with larger amount of data, and comparing the machine learning models decision with clinical experience decisions. And I'd like to say special thanks to our research group, my advisor, Jonas Bianchi, and all other members of our research team. And thank you all for your time. My references are on the QR code on the top of your screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pedro. Congratulations. It's nice to see you here in our event.
I was a little bit nervous, I'm sorry.
We are all nervous, I think. Me and Karine too. It's my first time live on YouTube, so I'm also nervous.
Yeah, it's my first presentation. So you
were good. And I have one question for you about the you analyzed data from different patients. Were the patients from one orthodontist, or are these patients for a bank of different orthodontists? And if they are from different orthodontists, were the diagnosis reanalyzed by the group?
Yeah, for this preliminary research, all the patients were from my and my dad's private practice. So we don't have this bias, but we know that it could be a bias. We have different diagnoses for different orthodontists. So we are going for our biggest research. We are doing, we are actually using 2 orthodontists with more than 10 years of experience to analyze if the first classification was correct or not.
Okay, thank you. Karine.
Congratulations, Pedro Henrique. Nice to see Jonas being studied here, because Jonas was an inspiration to me at the University of Michigan, and we were colleagues there. And nice work, nice study, but I have some questions about the artificial intelligence. Do you know about the validation and the training model? Did you split the sets or only training?
Yeah, we split the 2 groups before we tested. I don't know if I'm answering properly, but we split before, trained the machine, so it was a supervised machine learning model. So the machine was actually trained with the labeled data before. We didn't have a validation set because our sample was not that big yet to have testing and
validation and training,
training validation and setting and testing.
Understood.
Set, yeah.
And another question: how was the severity of the patients? Did you have borderline patients and severe malocclusions? Because you showed a cephalometry of a normal patient,
Yeah. So
that patient was on the model?
No, we on our first trial we were trying to make the machine learn how to classify what a class 1 patient should look, and after that make different patients. It could classify class 2 and class 3 patients, but for our research we had some borderline patients. We didn't have like really severe patients, and probably it should be a problem for the machine to actually learn. We know that if we feed machine with patients with big discrepancies, it will probably learn faster. But our question also is if we only feed with patients that are clearly surgical or that are clearly not surgical, and if it will really learn or if it will actually have the same questions as for borderline patients. So that's why we're trying to feed with borderline patients too. But probably it will be a problem for our precision and for our metrics. We should probably, and we'll probably need a larger sample.
Okay, it's the worst for the artificial intelligence, the big data. You have to a big sample, or you have to do a meta-analysis of other studies to aggregate the sample.
Yeah.
Thank you for your question, for your answer. Sorry.
Thank
and
you.
Now, Professor Pedro, you can invite the next presenter.
Yeah. Now the next presenter is Laís Noleto Nascimento. Welcome, Laís. And
Hi.
good luck with your presentation. Hi.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Laís. I am an undergraduate student and I'm doing scientific research at the NPPI under the guidance of Professor Claudio Leles, and today I'm going to present the work entitled Exploring the Rates and the Reasons for Accepting or Refusing Implant Treatment in the Recruitment Phase of Randomized Clinical Trial. Next, please. Currently, there are two basic treatment options for the rehabilitation of the totally dentalist population: conventional complete dentures and implant supported dentures. Previous studies compare outcome parameters such as overall patient satisfaction, aesthetics, comfort, speech, and function for body treatment options, and showed that implant supported dentures perform better than conventional dentures, improving multiple domains of quality of life of dentalist patients. Studies by Leles showing that patients' characteristics influence the preference for prosthetic treatments, and the level of education, income, and perceived impacts of quality of life are potentially predictive variables of the preference for rehabilitation with implants. Next, please. However, studies by Vieira indicate that there are a lot of barriers in assessing treatment with implants, determining occurrences of refuse by patients, mainly related to the high financial costs required for the treatment. In addition, studies that investigate these perceptions, intentions, and behavior regarding the treatment offered to the patient would provide important basis for clinical decision-making and treatment success. In this case, when I say intention, we have it is indication of individuals' readiness to perform a certain behavior. And when I say behavior, we have it as the observable response of an individual in a certain behavior. Next two, please. Therefore, this study aimed to investigate the intention and behavior of complex dentures wearers concerning the decisions and the reasons for acceptance or refuse of treatment with a mandibular overdenture retained by forming implants. Next, please. This is a cross-sectional observational study. A convenience sample was obtained considering the medical records of patients who were treated of School of Dentures of UFG, and participants who were included met the following criteria: being totally dentally treated with complex dentures, and agree to participate, provide writing informed consent. Sociodemographic data such as age and gender were collected from the participants' medical records, and the participants' intention to accept or refuse treatment was measured through a questionnaire with the question of decision for accept or refuse treatment without involving costs for the patient, with possible answer: 1, definitely would accept; 2, probably would accept; 3, neutral; 4, probably wouldn't accept; 5, definitely wouldn't accept. Soon after, the participants also report the reasons associated with their intentions about the treatment for a predefined list of items that were answered in a dichotomous scale, yes or no. Once a recruitment phase was complete, the actual behavior of acceptance, treatment, carry out, or refuse was analyzed. And next, please. 148 individuals were included in this study sample, with a mean age of 67.5, with standard deviation 10.2 years, being 69.5% of family. I would definitely accept, and I would probably accept was the answer given by the majority of the participants, 73%. When faced with the questions about the decision for treatment with implants, the exclusion of the cost factor may have been favorable in this decision process, as it studies indications that the perception of cost and the access to treatment are important determinants for the intention to undergo this type of treatment. Regarding the 22.3% of respondents who refused treatment, including answers I definitely would accept and I probably would accept, and the results found corroboration the previous studies by Walton and McTean, and in which there is a significant rate of totally dental participants who refuse the offer of free implants. It is suggested, therefore, that although the patient's financial capacity is associated with a barrier when deciding on treatment, it may not be the one reason related to no acceptance of this intervention. And the option neutral was kept by 6 participants when the decision to carry out the treatment with implants was questioned. Next. To investigate the reasons associated with the participants' acceptance of the mini implants treatment, of the participants who responded, 100% say these items: feel more confident, chew better or comfort to chew, and improvement of the stability of the prosthesis in mouth as reasons for accepting the treatment. And only 2 participants state that they think more comfort to talk, and the treatment is free of cost, were not the reasons for their acceptance on the treatment. The items to better or comfort to two, and the treatment is free of cost were the most mentioned reasons as being the most important for this decision to accept the treatment with mini implants. While the item feel younger was the item less selected as the most important reason for this decision. To better or comfort for two is directly related to rehabilitation treatment used, and studies have shows that both the bite force and the chewing performance of users for mandibular overdentary implants are superior to those found in patients using conventional dentures. And the exclusion of the cost factor in this study was identified and as a relevant reason for the acceptance of participants, since the high cost of treatments with implants had already been reported in previous studies as the main factor for impede patients for choosing rehabilitation with implants. Next. To investigate the reasons associated with the participants' refusal to treat with mini implants, the time is not opportune, and the fear of undergoing treatment was mentioned as a reason for refusal for most respondents. And they were also mentioned as being the most important for refuse. The concern with the surgical risks arising from the treatment has been demonstrated as a significant barrier for the type of treatment in dental disorderly. And the results found then corroborate this information. In this context of this study, the reason the timing not opportune also seems to suggest a relationship with the COVID-19 pandemic scenario. Despite scarce information, recent studies have shown a statistically significant association between the pandemic and the postponement of routine clinical care and elective treatments. Next. Finally, analyzing the behavior of those who answered that they would definitely accept the treatment, almost 30% did not have the behavior to perform it. Of those who responded that they would probably accept the treatment, 47.1% did not have the behavior to do so. In summary, of the 108 participants who intended to accept, including probably and definitely, only 7 underwent implant surgery. Meanwhile, everyone who intended to refuse had the real behavior of not taking the treatment, and those who answered neutral did not undergo treatment either. Next. In conclusion, findings from this study showed that the refusal of implant treatment is common among dental subjects, suggesting that patients' perspective is a relevant aspect that outlines the demand for implant-assisted prostheses. It's finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Lais. Thank you for the presentation. Congratulations for the study.
Thank you.
I think Karina starts now, right? With questions.
Congratulations, Lais. Are you hearing me now? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Lais, I have just a question about the gender or the sex. Did you have any difference between gender or not? No?
No correlation.
Because usually the men refuse more
procedures, surgical procedures, and I was wondering about that information. And for me, your studies have a nice pathway because in the beginning, okay, yeah, but
Okay.
yeah, I'm fully satisfied with this study. It's very nice study.
Okay, in addition, other patients refuse more. We performed the images of patients who refused it, and it was almost 10 years rider when compared to the wool sample.
So this is what was one of my questions. There is a correlation then with of aging and acceptance of the treatment. Yeah. Then another question that I have is regarding the follow-up of these patients. Like if those who accepted the treatment, if they would do the treatment again, would they accept again? So are they happy with the treatment after doing it?
I don't understand.
Yeah, the patients that some patients accepted the treatment and they underwent treatment. These patients that underwent treatment, if you ask them again if they would accept the treatment, are they happy? Are they satisfied with the treatment? Does it confirm their expectations or no? Do you know that or do you plan to check it?
I don't understand.
Os pacientes que aceitaram o tratamento, eles aceitaram fazer os implantes.
Sim. Yes.
Vocês acompanharam esses pacientes a respeito da satisfação deles com o tratamento? Se eles fossem escolher novamente, eles escolheriam fazer o tratamento?
A gente está fazendo um acompanhamento ainda desses pacientes. A gente tem aplicado questionários de satisfação, como o RIP, e porque faz parte de um projeto maior. A minha parte foi bem o recrutamento desses participantes, e a gente está fazendo esse acompanhamento da satisfação. A gente não teve esse questionamento de se eles escolheriam ainda fazê-la, se eles pudessem voltar nem fazê-la, mas a gente tem feito o acompanhamento da satisfação, tem sido um dos nossos principais desfechos do estudo.
Legal. Thank you very much for your responses and your presentation. Thanks. Now we move for the next, who is Mário Serra Ferreira. Mário, when you are ready, we are ready.
Okay. Can you listen me?
Yes, we can listen and hear you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Mário, and I am a PhD student of UFG. I will present the work entitled as Accuracy of 2 CBCT scans and 2 softwares in the diagnosis of dehiscence peri-implant defects in vitro study. Next, please. Peri-implantitis can be defined as a pathological condition associated with plaque characterized by inflammation in the peri-implant mucosa that results in the destruction of soft and hard tissues surrounding dental implants. This continued bone loss can jeopardize implant stability and function, making it one of the main complications and the biggest cause of dental implants failure. In addition, the results of peri-implantitis therapy is still considered unpredictable, which is why prevention and early diagnosis is imperative and crucial. In clinical practice, increased probing depth concomitant with bleeding or suppuration are indicative of peri-implant disease. In this case, radiographic evaluation is recommended for analysis of the bone level adjacent to the implant. However, radiographic evaluation it is limited to two-dimensional planes, and therefore does not help in the detection of defects such as dehiscence and fenestration. An alternative for evaluation peri-implant defects is computed tomography, CBCT. However, despite making it possible to observe the vestibulolingual tissues, The use of CBCT is more costly and presents greater exposure to radiation. In addition, the major limitation of CBCT is the presence of artifacts produced by implants and prosthetic crowns that make it difficult to assess periimplantitis. To assist in the visualization of the CBCT exam, tools for reduction artifacts and software are studied. The Evo DX software provides substantial reduction of artifacts, having been shown to be effective in researches related to endodontics. However, there are still no studies that evaluate this tool in detection of peri-implant defects. So, the objective of this work is evaluate the accuracy of the Evo DX software in the diagnosis of peri-implant bone loss by CBCT exam. Next, please. The acronym PERD was used to guide the research, being P as population, implants installed in bovine ribs, index tests as Caristream and Prexion, and Evo and in vivo softwares. The reference test is anatomical measurement, and diagnosis is accuracy in detection and measuring dehiscence type peri-implanted defects. For that, 36 ribs were used to compose 3 groups. Control group without defects, and 2 experimental groups with 1 millimeter dehiscence type defects and 2 millimeter dehiscence type defects. The ribs were cut into blocks with 2 centimeters long, and all specimens were prepared by removing the soft tissues with a scalpel blade and detaching molds. After removing all the soft tissues, a carburum disc mounted on a plastic timer was used to reduce the models at 2 centimeters and 7 millimeter thickness. After, they were randomized to compose the control group and the experimental groups. Thus, each group was composed of 12 specimens. The dehiscence defects were made by a conical surgical drill, and subsequently, the defects were exposed to perchloric acid for 4 hours with the intention of simulating a surface equal peri-implant bone defects. 1 implant was installed in each sample, leaving 1 millimeter buccal bone wall, and the defects were analyzed with watch caliper. Zirconia crowns, like the image, were installed in each sample unit in order to generate more artifacts. And CBCT were acquired by 2 CBCT devices, Prexion and Caristream scans, and verified by 2 softwares, Evo and in vivo. The evaluation was performed by 2 radiologists, previously calibrated, and 2 evaluations were carried out. 1, presence or absence of the defects, and 2, the linear measurement of the defect. Next, please. The verification of intra and inter-examiner quality, kappa, was good, and the ROC curve comparing the 2 CBCT devices with the 2 softwares for the accuracy result show 100% accuracy for Prexion in vivo and Evo and Caristream. Next, please. Regarding the presence or absence of defects, both software and tomography devices did not show statistically significant differences. Next, please. However, when comparing the linear measurement of these defects, the EVO software showed a statistically significant superiority when compared to in vivo, but both analyses underestimated the real defect size. Next, please. With the limitation of this study in vitro, this investigation demonstrated that both CT scanner, Praxion and Carestream, and software in vivo and EVO provide excellent accuracy for detecting dehiscence type peri-implant defects. But for measuring the peri-implant defects, the EVO DX software shows superiority when compared to in vivo software. However, both softwares underestimate the actual size of the defect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. Congratulations for your work. One question I have is regarding the artifacts that you have in vivo. Like, do you have, because in vitro you have very controlled, the sample doesn't move when you don't have soft tissues, and also you are using bovine bone. Do you think your data apply to the clinical situation? What are the limitations of the in vitro data you have compared to the in vivo situation? I would like you to comment a little bit on that.
Okay. Can you ask in Portuguese?
Eu queria que você comentasse um pouco das limitações do estudo, por ser um estudo in vivo controlado, com osso bovino, tem algumas diferenças do estudo in vivo, né, na clínica, que não se move, uma amostra mais controlada. Eu gostaria que você comentasse da aplicação clínica dos seus achados, como isso se relaciona com a clínica, né, e quais as limitações.
Bom, então, obrigado pela pergunta, professor. O defeito de dehiscência é o pior defeito a ser analisado em paciente com periimplantite, né? Logicamente, porque ele situa-se na cortical vestibular. E o aparelho de radiografia, por ser de 2 dimensões, ele não consegue avaliar. Nesses casos, a tomografia computadorizada de feixe cônico ela é indicada para a visualização de pequenos defeitos de dehiscência. O grande problema da tomografia computadorizada são os artefatos, né? Então, por exemplo, coroa metálica, né, presença do próprio implante, se for de zircônia é pior, né, do que o implante de titânio, eles produzem bastante artefato. Então, o que a gente tentou com o EVO como software, ele tende a diminuir esse artefato, né? Então, a pesquisa foi em cima disso. Agora, a limitação do trabalho. Realmente, a gente não tem um modelo vivo, né, que provê saliva, tecido mole, né? Para simular isso, a gente colocou o espécimen dentro de 1 litro de água para atenuar a radiação e para simular um pouco o tecido mole. A gente tinha comparado anteriormente um trabalho que demonstrava colocar uma camada de musculatura bovina por cima para simular também tecido, só que a gente descartou no piloto do trabalho, né? Verificamos apenas a água, ela seria interessante, mas como todo estudo in vitro, né, ele tem que tentar extrapolar para o estudo em vivo.
Ok. Thank you, Mario. Now I pass to Karine. Your microphone is...
Sorry, patience for...
Now there is a problem with your microphone again.
No, I can't turn it off. Or not.
We listen to you, but like Star Wars or something like that. There is also an echo. I can hear myself.
Maybe
you can type your question. Like, you can silence yourself and type your question, and I can like if you want to write, I can ask you. If you can please silence your microphone, because Okay, now we are going to wait for her to type, and I can ask you, Mario, the question from Professor Karine. Meanwhile, you can tell a joke. You are very good in jokes. So
my English, it's a joke.
in English. Would you recommend Evolve prescription to the follow-up patients with implants? So is the software? Would you recommend the use of Evolve for the patients?
Professora, obrigado pela pergunta. Dependeria, na verdade, essa pesquisa, ela continuou, né? A gente avaliou mais tomógrafos, e na avaliação desses 2 tomógrafos, o Evo, ele teve um resultado melhor do que o in vivo, né? Quando a gente colocou o OP300 para rodar com o Evo, pela qualidade do OP300, né, o Evo não conseguiu ter essa melhora na imagem. Então, assim, eu recomendaria dependendo do aparelho de tomógrafo.
E que computador você precisa para rodar o Evolve? Precisa de uma máquina muito potente?
Não, professor. Não,
é um software
é um software que rodou aqui na universidade. Não precisa muito potente, não.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think you are the last participant. I would like to thank the organizing committee and all the participants and all the audience. Now we will score all the studies, and we will have our award session later. I hope you all can attend to that. And Karine, if you want to say goodbye, try to open your mic.
I don't know if my mic. All presenters and to be here with the afternoon queue for all else.
I will translate now from robot voice to English. She said, thank you. Thank you all. See you later. Bye-bye, Karine. Thanks.